partea de agenda a conferinței, ce va fi diferit față de ediția anului trecut?
În anul trecut, subiectele din agenda au avut un caracter mai general, cum ar fi impozitul pe venit, taxa pe valoare adăugată, accizele. Anul acesta, subiectele sunt targetate pe direcții concrete. Avem abordate aceleași impozite, dar dintr-un unghi mai specific, și anume aspecte specifice ce țin de remunerarea angajaților și impozitul pe venit aferent remunerării angajaților. Provocările cu care se confruntă Republica Moldova în procesul armonizării cadrului normativ al taxei pe valoare adăugată la cel al Uniunii Europene. Și un alt subiect nou din agenda din anul curent este legat de activitatea nerezidenților.
Doamna Veronica, care a fost argumentul care v-a determinat să organizați cele două ediții a e-TAXCON-ului?
Am decis să facem o a doua ediție a TAXCON-ului, deoarece reacțiile după prima ediție au fost cele care ne-au înaripat să mergem în acest exercițiu mai departe. După prima ediție am fost abordați de mai multă lume, atât din membrii noștri, cât și din cei care au participat din alte țări, care ne tot ziceau că ar fi bine să fie abordat un subiect sau altul în edițiile ulterioare. Zis și făcut, am zis că hai să avem o ediție ulterioară. Așa am ajuns să avem o a doua ediție a TAXCON-ului.
Secțiunea specială cu președinții comitetelor pe fiscalitate se referă la munca de la distanță și efectele ei fiscale. De ce ați optat pentru a discuta anume acest subiect?
Munca de la distanță a devenit o realitate în zilele noastre, fiind integrată în activitatea agenților economici din majoritatea ramurilor economiei naționale, într-o măsură mai mică sau mai mare. Anii 2020 și 2021 au fost ani în care am fost nevoit cu toții să ne adaptăm unui nou stil de viață, punând pe primul loc siguranța. Agenții economici au fost nevoiți să-și revadă procesele și sistemele interne pentru a garanta atât siguranța angajaților, cât și continuitatea afacerii. Implementarea acestui nou mod de lucru au generat o serie de provocări financiare și implicații fiscale. Au apărut o serie de cheltuieli noi, necesare, regimul fiscal al cărora urmează a fi concretizat. În cadrul conferinței, subiectul dat va fi abordat nu doar din prisma particularităților legislației locale, ci și din perspectiva țărilor Europei Centrale și de Est.
Din perspectiva dumneavoastră, care din blocurile de subiecte ce urmează a fi abordate sunt cele mai relevante pentru publicul conferinței? Mă refer la contabili, persoane interesate, directori financiari.
Toate subiectele abordate în cadrul conferinței reprezintă un interes sporit pentru comunitatea de afaceri. Pentru mine personal, pe primul loc stă subiectul impozitării persoanelor fizice. Veniturile salariale, veniturile pasive din străinătate, din Republica Moldova. Întotdeauna era important pentru TES. Regimuri speciale, tip care a fost implementat în Republica Moldova pentru domeniul IT, Moldova IT Park. Ce a fost rezolvat? Ce probleme nou s-au ridicat? Alte teme din acest subiect tot o să fie interesante pentru a discuta. Vă așteptăm!
Pe partea de agenda a conferinței, ce va fi diferit față de ediția anului trecut?
În anul trecut, subiectele din agenda au avut un caracter mai general, cum ar fi impozitul pe venit, taxa pe valoare adăugată, accizele. Anul acesta, subiectele sunt targetate pe direcții concrete. Avem abordate aceleași
în cadrul e-TAXCON-21. Astăzi avem a doua zi a conferinței și o să încercăm să atingem niște subiecte care sunt pe agenda noastră ca comunitate de afaceri și sperăm mult că rezonează și cu dumneavoastră în ceea ce ține de problematica care urmează să o abordăm. Până a începe nemijlocit lucrările conferinței, aș vrea să vă readuc aminte că conferința se ține în două limbi, în română și în engleză. Respectiv, dacă preferați oricare din aceste limbi, ar trebui să mergeți la canalul care difuzează ori în română, ori în engleză, pe rețelele noastre de socializare, pe pagina noastră de pe rețelele de socializare. De asemenea, noi suntem și pe Prevesc.eu cu difuzare în română. Dacă o să vreți...
Broadcasting in Romanian. If you want to ask questions, you are supposed to do it in the chat boxes of the channels where you watch the streaming. The questions will be collected and subsequently we as moderators will take care that the guests receive their questions and give answers to the extent possible. Yesterday was a full day with a lot of discussions on many very important topics, that is remote work, everything related to connection between tax policies and business community and how these two dimensions interact with each other. And last but not least, we talked about digitalization, cashless economy, and tax effects of these two. Today we'll go a bit deeper, will be more practical, and we'll talk about two other dimensions that are very important. First of all, we are going to discuss about income tax and challenges related to it, especially related to remunerations, and then we will try to see what are the challenges faced by non-residents in their work in Moldova during the special session. And last but not least, we will try to see what are the peculiarities of applying VAT in the context of harmonizing with the EU directives. This is the second edition of TAXCON, and this event wouldn't happen without the support of our partners, who are PwC, KPMG, PAA, and our media partner, Monitorul FiscMD. Having said that, I hope you managed to get connected to today's conference, and the first session we will discuss today is about income tax and challenges related to it, particularly in the context of remuneration. We speak about remuneration because we started this topic yesterday when we discussed remote working and some aspects that will be elaborated more under this session. But we started to talk about them yesterday, and today we will try to look at the way how the world changed with COVID, with digitalization, and what changes in remuneration this developments brought. Today, we have several special guests here, and we will try, together with my colleague Mariana Filip, to introduce and moderate this panel so that we can be as close as possible to you and the ones who are here with us today. So I will start to introduce our colleagues by introducing one of our special guests, Dragoș Doroș, who is a tax support partner at KPMG Romania and Moldova. Dragoș has an extensive experience in everything related to private and public sector, having worked previously as the chairperson of the National Agency for Tax Administration, which is a sort of custom service and state tax service together. So together, the equivalent of this conglomerate in Romania would be the ANAF, the agency. Dragos has been with the KPMG team for the last 9 years and is responsible for everything related to consultancy and tax services. Mariana, may I ask you to continue the introduction of our panel, but not before introducing Mariana, actually. Mariana is our colleague. She works at KPMG Moldova, responsible for the tax matters of this entity. So certainly what Mariana is going to bring up during today's discussion will be very valuable and of a lot of help for me, or maybe I will be of help to Mariana while moderating this panel. Please, Mariana. Thank you, Veronica. Good morning, everyone, the ones present here, the ones who have been connected online. Before starting to talk on topic, I would like to say that it's a great pleasure for me to be part today of this great event. I am willing more than ever to talk about taxation, exchange of information, generally willing for socialization. And indeed, lately, the taxation of people who work remotely and who use as an office any corner of this world led to questions in the business community. Do we keep the previously applicable taxation regime, or are there new local and international provisions that would change the treatment, the tax treatment at the level of entities and individuals? These are questions that we will try to answer today together with our special guest that I'm going to introduce. So, during our session, we'll have 5 special guests. Dragos Doros, that Veronica already introduced. Also, Vladislav Kaminsky is our special guest, Executive Director of the Confederation of Employers of the Republic of Moldova, Chairperson of the Working Group for Reducing Informal Employment and Undervaluable Salary under the Prime Minister. Ms. Olga Golban, Deputy Head of the General Division for Tax Administration of Chisinau Municipality with 14 years experience of work at the tax authority, out of them 6 years being involved in the activity of a General Department for Methodology of Taxes and Fees that she already had the honor to lead. Olga is known to the professional environment by means of her publications in Monitorul Fiscal magazine and in Contabilitate and Audit magazine, but also trainer in the area of income tax, both from entrepreneurial activity and the one David at source. Romana Schuster is international experience with 20 years experience of supporting international companies and 5 years in the Ministry of Public Finance in Romania. Romana has published over 80 articles in taxation magazines and delivered many trainings for the members of the Chamber of Tax Consultants of Romania as well. Mr. Vladimir Melnik, who is the Chief Accountant at Tacit Knowledge and an auditor. So, esteemed special guests and speakers of our session, we encourage you during today to intervene as often as needed in the discussions that we have. Just a comment. If I remember correctly, Vladimir Melnik is also a KPMG alumni. So we have a panel, quite KPMG panel today. True, Veronica. Well, we've been speaking about digitalization for several years now, and before the pandemic started, actually. But we probably all of us noticed that the processes in this respect have been suddenly catalyzed in a very direct manner, and the speed things started to move in the area of digital in the last 2 years is surprising. 2 years ago, we were talking about expats, the employees of multinational companies that are sent usually from their home country to work in other countries. But today, we witness the disappearance of this phenomenon. In other words, we witness the evolution of these people into a new type of employees who are called digital nomads. It happens that the expats who before that were coming to our country to transfer the know-how to the local teams from the multinational companies, they are now back to their home countries or to other jurisdictions that are attractive from the perspective of living standards, and they work very well, having a laptop and internet connection. So their physical presence is not anymore required at the office. So, Dragos, could you please tell us about challenges related to the tax compliance in a digital era from the perspective of remuneration? Of course, thank you, Mariana, for the introduction. And before I start talking about this topic, I would like to make a remark that is out of the discussion. So I'm glad to be here physically. And since I am here physically, I was glad to put on the suit and tie after 2 years. And I'm not the only one. I see in the public someone wearing a suit and tie. So thank you for solidarity. Going back to normal life, well, leaving jokes aside, going back to a normal life, I don't think is topical anymore. I mean, what digital nomads mean or what digitalization means, these are words that mean a lot and almost nothing. If you want me to speak from the perspective of KPMG person, a company that deals with filling out returns that we subsequently file to my colleague here in this panel, and we at KPMG, we try to digitalize ourselves as much as possible, and enough afterwards, well, the tax service of Moldova tries, in Eastern and all the tax services in the world, tries to accept us as digital as possible and work with us. To be honest, I am not sure how will our occupation change in the next 5 or 10 years. How much of what, well, speaking technically, how much of a compliance work or data input, how much of it will be automated, and having it automated, how much will our occupation change? In mirror, the work done by tax administration will change similarly, and it's not accidental. When we say that the world is small, it is really small. Myself and Veronica were in St. Petersburg in 2016 on a ship crossing Neva and drinking a glass of wine in the evening after an IOTA conference. A gentleman from a tax authority from a more technology-related country of the world, we fill out. We, the tax authority, fill out the income tax returns of individuals. So we give them the tax returns filled out to 70%, and we hope we will get to do that to legal entities and get to 100% for individuals. And I was really thinking, didn't he drink too much wine that evening? But today, digitalization means exactly that thing. Automation means that on one hand, think a little, in an economy, as discussed yesterday, in a cashless economy, the tax authority should know all of the transactions. If I look at the Romanian model, which soon, after too many years, will know all receipts issued by all cash register. We'll have a server that will issue invoice numbers. So we will have everything related to B2B and B2C and other declarations, 934 on VAT, on excise duty, on customs, on direct taxes. So the tax authority of Romania. So if I had a magic ring to make things happen starting tomorrow, that would be great. So the tax authority from Romania should know everything and should be able to send the individual who gains a salary and goes to the supermarket and buys one or another thing, could give them a pre-filled tax return. and for them just to say, yes, I agree with that, or no, I have to add something. In the end, this is what digitalization means. This is a change in the profession of accounting and audit, filling out and filing returns. All of that will automate at a very fast pace, and then the tax authorities side receiving these returns, analyzing data that they have available, and drawing conclusions. I mean, what kind of controls, when and how should be conducted. So all of that will again have a big digital component. We don't invent warm water now, hot water now, because I don't like it to admit it, but this is truth. We need to admit it. The sooner we admit, the sooner we will correct ourselves. When I was at ANAF, we had an audit mission from the World Bank and an expert from Australia, which is one of the very advanced tax authorities in the area of digitalization and transformation. I think they are one of the world champions in this respect. So the auditor told me that the average term for VAT refund for certain category of tax pays is several months. And he asked me, like, it's 3 months or 4 months. Do you know how long it is in Australia? And I said, well, a reasonable and effective risk could be around 1 month. And I said 1 month. And he said, no, it's 1 day, 3 at most, because there was nothing spectacular, actually. If the tax system has all the data that I mentioned before, and the taxpayer applies for a VAT refund, they check the data, they see that that's what the guy told me. What are the transactions for which they ask a VAT refund? We go to him, we ask for documents if needed, and we give him the VAT. If they don't have the documents, we give them 1 day to prepare the documents, and then we give them the VAT refund on day 3. That's why it shouldn't last any more than that. It sounds incredible, but it's actually very simple. So digitalization means actually a change, well, a much bigger change than we would think, in the way we don't know exactly, we yet don't know how this will happen. And I like to use an example, and I found it somewhere in an article from Financial Times. Someone from there was talking about digitalization, was showing an official for Berlin World Expo from 1900, and that poster was showing how they thought the world will be in 2000, and they were showing various flying bicycles with rickshaws, and nothing from that poster turned out to be true in reality. Different other things happened compared to what people 100 years ago. And it's the same. Some occupations will appear, others will disappear. My mother is an accountant. For example, I was born in the 80s, and there was no taxation in Romania before the 90s. When I graduated from university, I started to work on taxes and fees, which didn't exist when my mother worked. And my daughter is 13, and I don't know what I should tell her, what occupation she should choose. But these are the times we're living. We need to adapt. It might be a bit more difficult, but this is what we have to do. And now, with respect to the second part of my topic about digital nomads, in this context, the main idea is that physical presence is not necessary anymore. At the level of OECD and the EU, the concern with taxation of e-commerce is very significant the last years. Also, the concern related to GAFA groups, Google, Amazon, Facebook, and Apple. So this economy happening online without physical presence, and which is very important as turnover, becomes a big concern that right now has no solution. Yesterday, the speaker started to say, what should we do? And as Mariana was saying, what do we do with the expats that are not moving anymore? The expats that are not expats anymore. Personally, right now, starting tomorrow, I could make myself a program for 1 month, let's say 1 month ahead, and say that in the upcoming month, I don't need to go to the office. I could leave from Bucharest, where I live, and my tax residence is there, and I could stay in Barbados or in Chisinau or in Lapland, wherever, work from wherever I want. And then the question is, who is going to tax me? Romania? Lapland? Or who are you working for? Maybe now I work for KPMG in Romania, but while I'm there, I could also work for some other company from the Southern America. Who is taxing me? We don't know yet. Because actually, in essence, it is necessary that all tax systems would rethink the way they apply taxes to the new ways of work. Until now, it was very clear. The nomad, the expat versus digital nomad. I don't like how digital nomad sounds because it has either flower power nature or a bit gray. Speaking of expats, it was clear. Leaving from Germany, coming to Chisinau, a contract with a German company. We knew when they arrived, they had a visa, working permit, how much they win, how much money they earn, and how much they have to pay. And now they don't need to come to Chisinau. They can stay in Germany or go to Barbados. But who is taxing? Who gets the money? We don't know yet. Does Germany have a right to get the tax money? Yes, he lives, the company is there and he's a tax resident there. Can Moldova charge the taxes? Yeah, but the activity takes place here, so Moldova has the right. And the person says, why should I pay social contributions in Moldova? Because I'm living in Germany, I'll be retired in Germany, and that's where I get to hospital. But Moldova says that while you are an employee and the employer paying, I can also ask those money, that money because you're part of the system. So, and in this situation, all sides will be right, and this is difficult. I would really like to have a solution to this, but I think it will take some years to find a solution, and the solutions will be digitalized. What should Moldova or Romania or other country do? For instance, about digital nomads. It has to be most attractive for them. So the mindset of the tax authority should change, meaning that I am not the dictator on my territory anymore, because this is what I am, and that's normal. Someone who is whipping, and that's the tax authority from tax point of view. But there are also, I'm also the ones who make this property most attractive and easiest, which means for digital nomads, that fiscal registration should be as easy as possible. If it is possible to do it free of charge, it's even better. Registration meaning ways of work, working visa, other presence, so that it would be very easy for me to be legally present here. I should have a good living standard, I should have a good security level, and have a very good broadband. So in doing business, this has become a very important thing, to have a good broadband connection. And when you read about digital nomads, Wilshire.da is a scoring created by digital nomads for themselves. They made a ranking of the countries who are best destinations. So there is this category of workers who can move wherever they want. So they made a guide for them so that they could know where it is best to work. And Canada is coming first. Well, I'm a bit bragging now, but that's how it happened. A second is UK, and third, I was really surprised, is Romania. So they have several criteria, but actually how many job searches exist, how big and the speed of internet, and how much it costs, and living costs, so renting and so on. Somehow Romania, because the advantages is like we start with latest technology, and since internet has been implemented in Romania later, they have latest technology, and I mean it was stronger than in Canada or something. That's why Romania is part of that. And also living costs are so-so. But also think between Romania and Moldova, living costs are comparable. It's even a bit cheaper in Moldova. Internet is not the same. Other formalities might be better in Romania, but I'm not sure. But in this ranking, Moldova was not part of the first 85 countries. And for that, it is necessary for the Moldovan administration to think, how do I become attractive? Because now the competition is not now to follow all of my taxpayers and tax it to the last cent, but to make it in this way so that I'm attractive and I bring as many taxpayers to my country as possible. And I think that I ran beyond my time, so I'll stop here. In the context of digitalization, a very important topic relates to remuneration, not only active remuneration as salaries, but also passive remuneration, such as royalty, which is a challenge that is valid for Moldova and for the entire world. So, Romana, my colleague, could you please tell us about the way royalties should be analyzed from a tax perspective, or what would be the areas of concern or of interest for the business community? Hello, everyone. Thank you, Mariana, for the question. The topic I should have addressed is much broad. I mean, all passive income, but in agreement with the organizers, with Veronica, we said it's too broad to talk about income from rent and from interest and royalties and capital gains. So I will narrow down the topic to royalty so that I can fit in the 12 minutes that I have for my speech today. The idea is that even the area of royalty is huge. Even if you think that we should look first of all, well, we should also look at from a domestic perspective and international perspective. So looking at domestic issues, while the income from royalties obtained from Moldova, but from a Moldovan beneficiary, then we have situation where it is bilateral or transnational, where the income payer is Moldova, the source country, but the beneficiary is in a different country with whom we may or may not have a treaty, and a different or the opposite situation where the one who obtains dividend revenue is resident in Moldova, and the counterpart, the payer of is a country with whom Moldova may or may not have a treaty. Again, this issue is enormous, so I chose 3 topics that I want to discuss in the number of minutes that I've got to talk. The first question that I would like to try to answer is the following. The fact that we have a convention, a multilateral convention that 88 countries already signed since 2017 until now, which is going to affect all or most, like more than 1,500 treaties to avoid double taxation between these countries. Will that affect or not the Republic of Moldova? I mean, the Republic of Moldova is not signatory of these multilateral agreement signed in June 2017 by most signatories, 88 countries, including Romania. So, at first sight, this shouldn't affect Moldova in any way. Moldova is not party to it, so how will interpretation or application of treaties change? The issue is the same as the one discussed yesterday during the conference when we had the question, okay, Moldova is not part of this inclusive framework of OECD, is not a country. So it's not part of minimum tax and last initiative of OECD in relation to anti-profit shifting. So will it be or will it not be affected by all changes in international taxation that the OECD initiative on minimum tax and the Pillar 1 bring about allocation of tax base to countries where gains are obtained even though no presence of a multinational is present there? And the answer was that we don't know, but it is very likely that Moldova will be affected, at least indirectly, for the simple reason that Moldova, well, because massive change will happen with businesses and tax systems in other countries, and it is inevitable that the business decisions of multinational companies will affect not only allocation of investment to the country or the business in the countries that are affected by the Pillar 1 and minimum tax, but the countries around them who are not directly part of it, such as Moldova, they may also be affected.
Nu știm cum, chiar vor deveni beneficiare al unui flux nou de
But
investiții.
we don't know how will it become beneficiary of a new investment fund, because the tax system of this country is not involved in this relationship. Well, let me try to address the issue of MLE's convention that many countries have signed, but Moldova did not. I thought about it, and my opinion is that yes, Moldova will be affected because the effects of this multilateral convention or this convention is not yet enforced in all the countries, because not all of the countries have ratified this tool. For example, Romania, which signed the multilateral convention in 2017 in June in Paris, has not yet approved in the parliament the ratification law. So the interpretation of the treaties with the other signatory countries is not yet affected, but in 2020, after the lapse of 4 years, we have this draft law on the parliament's table, and we are expecting to have it approved very soon, by the end of the year, which means that Romania will feel the effects. But let's come back to Moldova. How Moldova could be affected, and what, in my opinion, Moldova could be affected. The answer is very simple. Moldova has agreements to avoid double taxation. Out of the 56 are with the countries, for example, on zero rate for Belgium, Germany, Hungary, and Switzerland. All of those countries are members, are signatory members of the multilateral convention. And in most of those countries, the convention is already enforced. This means that an aspect of the multilateral convention, such as the obligation, so speaking about royalties, in order to, well, in other words, to put it shortly, if the country is used for treaty shopping, meaning is a country where we have a shell company to benefit of the treaty. So to benefit of the relationship or the treaty between that country where the shell company, well, let's assume Netherlands or Switzerland and the country of residence, and on the other side, the treaty between Switzerland and a third country, the real source country, like Moldova. Well, Moldova is also part of this arrangement, of this bilateral, three-lateral arrangement. If this anti-abuse rule from the multilateral convention is applied and that country identifies that they have only a shell company in their jurisdiction, for sure this will impact the relationship with Moldova indirectly because of this issue. What would be the potential impact? First, instead of having double taxation, which makes the arrangement prohibitive and would force them look for other methods, or Moldova cannot be a source country for royalties. In other words, a bona fide Moldovan resident would find it very difficult to enter into business relationships that involve payment of intellectual property rights with a provider that does not have a solution, because Moldova has only 50 treaties that are not covered, that do not cover all of the situations. That's one example. That's one of the topics. A situation where Moldova is engaged in this wave of changes in tax system at an international level, whether it wants or does not want to be part, it will be affected nevertheless. Another topic that I would like to address about royalties is the conflict of qualifications or the nature of royalties. This issue is extremely complicated. Why? Because though Moldova has written expressly in its tax code that for purposes of implementing the treaties and qualifying as royalties, Moldova recognizes the comments of OECD, and the reality is different. In practice, as far as I understood from our colleagues, in practice, they avoid using the OECD comments. But let's recognize that this is not about bad faith on behalf of tax authorities and control authorities, but the reason is that these comments are inappropriate to allow you to qualify all of the situations where we have partial transfer or use of intellectual property rights. Things are complex. Over the past 55 years, these comments were changed, were amended only 3 times. For software, for payments for e-commerce, e-trade, only a couple of issues were changed. But imagine how many things have changed meanwhile in terms of products or in terms of intellectual property rights over the past 55 years. So it's literally impossible to find clarifications and clarity with regards to how to classify a transaction, a situation as a royalty or as a provision of services, or royalty versus technical assistance, which is also a special type of service provision, or finding a classification for know-how, transfer of experience, and so on and so forth. And now I would like to tell you now how the Romanian tax authorities is dealing with this issue. It also avoids to give answers and clarifications for all situations and cases in the database of questions and answers of the tax authority of Romania. A similar database that you have in Moldova. So I've searched for answers in the Romanian database and I found 0 answers. I did not find any answers regarding the conflicts of classification, whether a certain transaction or payment can be regarded as a royalty or not, or it's something which of course has a favorable or less favorable taxation regime. In Romania, we have the same situation, but tax authorities provide answers on Facebook. But the problem with the answers on Facebook differ depending on who is providing answers. I mean, the person who is tasked to provide answers on a specific day. For example, I searched for one question and I saw 2 opposite answers on Facebook provided by 2 different people. So let's assume that the tax authorities of Moldova or Romania would like to clarify all of the aspects related to royalties or conflicts of qualification as royalties that it might have with another jurisdiction or within the same jurisdiction, such as Moldova, where contracts of copyright, as I understood, are a dispute. For example, in cases involving journalists, would it be a feasible expectation on our side as taxpayers for tax authorities to clarify all of these situations? The answer is no. We don't think that this is feasible for an objective reason. The situation is much too complex to be able to provide answers. As we can see in the OECD comments, they avoided to focus too much on this aspect, definition of royalties and what can be regarded as royalties. And the second reason is subjective. I have identified it when a colleague from Netherlands with whom I studied in Netherlands wrote a research paper where she showed that the reason why tax authorities do not hurry to clarify the tax ambiguities. For example, she analyzed why there is law and mechanisms for advanced price regimes in Netherlands. 17 years ago, when I was studying there, there was in Netherlands a very pragmatic country where the tax authorities have the ambition to clarify and provide tax solutions or to have advanced price agreements. So the number of clarifications on these issues was very small, dozens, whereas the questions was a lot, thousands. And she was wondering why we had that situation. And her hypothesis was the following: because the tax ambiguity benefits the tax authorities because it increases its discretionary power. The right to decide on a case-by-case basis increases your power, and it is human nature to want to maintain the power in your hands. I've understood immediately this working hypothesis because, as I've said, I worked at the Ministry of Finance, offering answers on legal gaps or classification of new financial instruments or new types of intellectual properties for which we did not have any provisions in the tax code. But I believe that the second reason, Romana, maybe we could maybe we'll keep it for Q&A. I know what you would like to address in your last topic, and it will be very much connected to what Vladimir will present in his presentation. So then at the Q&A session, you could go into more details. I fully agree. Thank you. Okay, so at the Q&A session, we will continue with more details on this topic. So let's keep this suspense for everybody who is watching us. For sure, the topic will be of interest for all of us. I fully agree. Thank you. Thank you for attention. This content is very valuable, especially when you have the possibility to analyze on a comparative basis, not only from a local perspective, but in comparison with other countries. And now I would like to invite our special guest, Vladimir Melnik. So please tell us how the IT area was impacted. Thank you very much. I can summarize my whole presentation in 2 phrases only. In 2018, the IT sector received a very good tax facility. The sector is very happy. See you in 2027 when these facilities expire. But I think I should provide more details than that. Let me start with the results of the IT park for 2020. I'll be very brief. In late 2020, 658 residents were operating. Now the number is getting closer to 1,000. So now we have more than 950 resident companies in the park. The sales revenue is 5 billion lei. 80% of sales are go for export, and as a former Prime Minister has mentioned, the IT sector managed to exceed the agricultural sector. So 10% of exports. In 2020 were IT services. We had 12,000 employees with an average salary that is 3 times higher than the average salary per economy. In 2018, when the park was established and when we registered the first residents, no one thought that in 2020 or 2021 we'll have more than 950 residents. We were thinking that maybe we will have 80 or 100 companies, but in the first registers we had 153 companies registered. And the number of residents grew significantly. So this park was a success that was not expected, not even by the IT sector. Another interesting fact, out of the 658 companies registered in 2020, more than 500 companies are micro companies. Most of the freelancers who used to work either underground, having direct contracts with companies, or working even without contracts and working on a cash basis, registered their companies, became residents of parks, and are using now this facility taxation regime. What are their advantages? Now they work in a legal regime. They do not they have a company, they get a salary, so this is it. It's very easy in terms of tax compliance. Second, they do not have this issue of proving a source of income at banks if they want to take a loan or do any transaction, because this was literally impossible previously. So I had an interesting discussion with a company that wanted to enter the market in 2019 from the CIS area. And he said that we want to pay cash. What is the situation in your country? And I said, okay, you should not even try this in Moldova. No IT professional will work for you under these conditions, because now having the IT park, because after deducting all the taxes, the employees get the amount stated in the contract. So they don't have any benefits to work underground. But I would like to refer to a challenge that appeared now. So as a company, the companies are producing software at order. This means that Moldova has become an important destination for outsourcing, having engineers with experience. And on the one hand, the park allowed promoted to increase the salaries of outbound investment. So on the one hand, you could say that it does not seem at the first glance the goal was not achieved, but at the same time we have engineers working in foreign companies, acquiring technical experience, organizational experience, also learning the culture of a multinational company, and then they decide to start up their own companies. So establishing a startup in Moldova, thanks to this facilitatory regime, has become much easier. If before an engineer who wanted to start up a company was thinking, look, I am starting a company, and they would go to an accountant asking for all of the arrangements, and they say that you'll have to pay the salaries, and then you'll have to give these returns and submit those reports. So accountants like to complicate things. And when, as a result of these discussions, they would form the idea is that it's very complex in Moldova. I better start up a company in Romania or USA. Why should I deal with the Moldovan authorities? Whereas now they prefer to start up a company in Moldova, and if they need a company in USA, then they will open a second company. So step by step, we are becoming a country of outbound investments. So there are companies that somehow come from the Republic of Moldova, and they say that we come from the Republic of Moldova, though they already have companies in other countries as well. Almost half of park residents have been recently created. I think it is the result of the tax planning, because as a contribution of residents in 2020, thanks to the single tax, they contributed more than 380 million lei and 152 million as other taxes and duties. The average salary in resident companies of IT parks is about 28,000 lei. So this amount is used for consumption and indirectly contributes to economic growth. And those companies, even if they export their services, nevertheless, they pay VAT, and there is a time gap between paying the VAT and getting the VAT return. So I think it has a positive tax impact. The first ideas of this park appeared in 2012, 2013. But back then the situation was not that clear. Now we have the state guarantees. Second, the IT companies are on the edge in terms of remuneration, facilities provided to employees, and sometimes companies develop quicker than the tax legislation is amended. And now having this possibility not to apply the income tax and social contributions, the companies in the sector use some benefits for their employees. Benefits that it would be more complicated to be applied in other companies and more expensive. Yes, right, more expensive, but also more complicated. And another argument which was used when deciding to start up a company. So the challenges are not of tax nature. If we have such challenges, we can discuss them with the tax authorities. Our challenges are of other nature, for example, lack of qualified staff. Because if we had enough qualified engineers, then the impact would be twice as big. So we have IT visa, a facilitated migration regime. We have, and we are discussing with the government facilitation of remote work. And the second challenge are the so-called digital nomads, especially during the post-pandemic period. Large companies understood that they don't need the physical presence of their employees. Why should they bring engineers from other countries if they can employ remotely the staff? And this is a huge challenge because the big multinational companies started a hunt for qualified engineers, and this affects us as well. And another challenge that we have, of which we were aware in 2016, 2017, is about social benefits. Then a very simple formula was recommended on how to contribute to the social insurance budget. So then we expected to have a tier 2 and for our employees to be able to contribute directly to the pension fund. But unfortunately, this was not done yet. We don't have private pension funds. So we have a law pending approval, but it was not yet approved. So as a conclusion, we can say that we have tax facilities, we use them, we like to maintain them as long as possible. We don't have any tax challenges. Our challenges are related to employing qualified staff, maintaining them, and social insurance. Thank you very much, Vladimir. We discussed today a lot about different issues, about active remuneration such as salaries and passive remuneration such as royalties. but I think it would be good to find out the opinion of public authorities of the tax service, to find out their opinion about tax administration around remuneration. Also, it would be good to find out what would be the most frequently encountered errors with regards to taxation of remuneration. So, Olga, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for inviting me and for this opportunity to meet face to face, because 2020 with the pandemic was a moment for us all to become aware of how important communication is, and that we need face to face communication, and we should not be overwhelmed with technology, and technology should be behind us, but we should come first. And we were all thirsty for an exchange of communication face to face, to have this expression of feelings, give birth to ideas, because this is how solutions are found to the existing issues. Speaking of perspective of the tax authority, when it comes to the taxation of remuneration, I think I will not be wrong that all of the time, at least the experience that I've had at the tax authority, we had an open platform for discussion, because we are aware that businesses are always innovative and they search for solutions to be adaptable in the economic environment. This is a requirement set by the society and by us people, and we want something better, we want something newer. In these circumstances, businesses find such solutions, and the taxation part comes afterwards. Indeed, the tax legislation, both here and in the neighboring countries, is somewhat more rigid with general provisions, so that we try to cover everything that happens in the day-to-day activities, to cover them with tax provisions, so that it would be clear how to pay the taxes. Having listened to Vladimir, I recalled, and I was actually glad when he said that everything started in 2018 and now we don't have problem. But well, how did it start back in 2018? At that time, Veronica was also part of the tax team at the Ministry of Finance, and this single tax for IT park was something new for us, and we tried to find answers for us, for our other colleagues, see how things would work in the future. The work of the park started, and how were we supposed to solve problems that emerged from a stage to another, and we found solutions. We always had an open platform. These were the efforts that led to success ultimately. And talking about improvement, I would like to highlight first of all that we work on several directions. First of all, it's the ongoing improvement of a legal framework. And when it comes to remunerations, we always have one goal: to ensure the alignment and expansion of a tax base, taking into account the conditions of the economic environment. And as it was discussed before, we have an issue of royalties that in a way or another are infiltrated in some areas of economy, and it's quite a delicate aspect to qualify a specific remuneration to fit a specific contract as to qualify it as an employment contract or a civil contract. Because besides the income tax, we also have obligations on health insurance contributions and social insurance contributions. And every time we try to fit these provisions into the tax legislation to create clear conditions for the provisions to be applied, sometimes through the tax code, otherwise, in other cases, by means of the database of tax practice, and together, and I mean together with taxpayers, because where there is a question, in the end, an answer found. And by common effort, and in the last years, we had the aspects related to setting clear rules of a game for certain sectors, for certain areas of work, such so as payment of taxes would be simple, perceived simply, both by employee and employer, so that they would meet the legal provisions and would not get into the forced compliance part, which is not very pleasant to us, and neither it is to the taxpayer. The issue related to the decrease of a gray economy has been for a long time envisaged by the authorities, and some years ago we were talking about the principle of reducing the social contributions. That was quite challenging for the authorities because the 23% rate for the employer was explained by the fact that it ensures the sustainability of the state social insurance budget. And in the end, establishing different rates in the legislation depending on payer that was proving that it's an incentive for the employer to leave the gray area because it's cheaper and more comfortable for them to pay correctly the taxes, and the social contributions are expenses for them and their entrepreneurial activity, and these are deductible expenses. Also, last year, a comprehensive provision was introduced to the tax code to avoid doubts in interpretation on both tax authority side and business side, and that relates to the deductibility of expenses incurred in relation to payments to the employee when social insurance and other tax payments were related. So this category includes facilities provided by the employer to the employee, because today the employee has certain requirements. So besides a motivating salary, it's very important to get a social package, appropriate one. It's much more attractive to them when, besides the financial part, they get some supplements, some allowances or other opportunities that the employer can offer, and that is absolutely normal for the employer if they want to be competitive on the market. Otherwise, you can't get the best people as the resource that you need in order to grow on the internal market and orient towards an external market. It was also this year that another legal amendment was introduced, and it revised the deduction of health insurance and social insurance contributions, so that the premiums would be a deduction for the employee, and the health insurance is a deduction for the employee, and the social insurance contributions for the employer. It's like plus minus 1%. The difference is not significant, but it's a calculation. Well, it's okay for time, and it's an improvement in the economic operation and payment documents that they have to draft. And that each of these stages that I tried to list, of course, there was some resistance from authorities, from the businesses, but in the end, it was proved that they are perceived as a step in the right direction, and there is room for improvement. There is room for creating a favorable environment so that payment of taxes would be simple for the taxpayer, for the citizen, so that it would be understandable to them, because this decreases the tax administration costs as well, because there's not so many of us. So we have 1,700 staff, but we have to deal with several tax matters. It's not only income tax levied on salaries. In the context of a pandemic that we had, we can recall that one of the support sustainability measures, there were some for businesses, for certain measures for the COVID time. One of them was subsidizing and establishing technical unemployment in companies. And by means of these measures that were established, which had clear conditions and they had to be followed by the employer, but they needed to use their own resources or savings that were oriented towards development of a business, but they had to redirect them to supporting the employees, and they had to pay those duties to the budget. And in the end, this could have been subsidized, and they received the subsidies from the budget in a quite optimal time frame. Every application was examined in from 3 to 5 days, and there was openness not only from the tax authority but also from public authorities, because we're aware that we are the state and we form what we want to have tomorrow. And something new for the current year, we have a new mechanism of supporting the private sector from the perspective of salary tax. It's subsidizing the workplaces. It's only the beginning of this mechanism, but looking at the figures on the slide, you can see that there is interest towards that, and it is also obeyed by the taxpayers. Still speaking about remunerations and the implications for the tax authority is a continuous dialogue, because it's always a temptation for the business to be in a gray area, to find an optimal solution for themselves so that they would decrease their expenses and have benefits today. But we talked about Maslow's theory. If we could look at today's topic through it, when the employee has a comfort area where today they want to have a decent salary that would allow them to live today at most and not thinking so much of the future, and that is the social contributions. Well, the employer is in the area where they want to maximize their profits, and again, it's a joint interest. That's why, in terms of governmental programs that we have, the salary is always a goal that is analyzed and is always on the agenda annually. And we have the annual the program Declare and Pay Your Salary in line with the law. So as a result of the analysis, we detect high-risk areas from the perspective of a tax authority, which either have unreported revenues or gray area. And the aim is to try to minimize these risks so that we can bring the maximum contribution that we can achieve under this goal. This program, let's call it DALS for short, it relies first of all on analysis and monitoring principles. So looking into the activity of the economic operator in terms of returns that they file and the resources that they use. I would like to highlight here the resources. When we say resources, we speak of number of employees in relation to the turnover. So it's an individual analysis in the context of the work sector of this economic operator. I mentioned before that payment of taxes should be done with minimum resources, so that it would be convenient both for the taxpayer to pay and for the tax authority to collect. This is the second stage in the compliance with paying salary tax. That is the voluntary compliance, which means meeting with taxpayers, fiscal visits, or during them, there are discussions with the employees of the company, besides management, where we explain how important it is to pay taxes, because each of us contributes to our tomorrow's future, and where we want our children to have a better life than today. And of course, we reach a stage where we apply resources in a more forceful manner. That is the control part. During the controls, as Mariana mentioned, what are the sensitive segments that taxpayers allow? The submission of a tax return, I don't think that there are problems with that. We are now using e-returns, and that allows us very much to decrease the number of errors while filling out by using the validation of the algorithms, and it is convenient for the taxpayers, because 10 years ago, when this was being implemented, everyone was resistant, and now it is so convenient. We learn to appreciate our time. Tax legislation includes rules such as that every employer with more than 5 employees has to submit the returns electronically, but I think that 2020 proved that maybe it should start with 1 employee. Like everyone should file the returns electronically, because it is more useful, it is more convenient for them. And the high risk area is about, as I said before, decreasing the time, the number of employees. If we look at the number of employees compared to the turnover of a company, and of course, not reporting the full working amount of work of the employees involved in the daily activity of the company. Here we can see the trend, an increasing trend, even in the remuneration of funds, even during pandemic and post-pandemic. So we see that there is a positive trend on declaring salaries and related duties. But we also see a slight decrease in the number of employees. I mean, these are employees based on individual employment agreements, so we should not forget we have service provision contracts that are simulated differently, but still there is compliance perceived by the taxpayers correctly. Looking at the next slide, we will see that we still have work to do, and in this last slide, you can see the tax liability that is calculated post factum during the tax controls. So these are the numbers for 6 months, 1 semester of 2021 compared to the first semester of 2020. Again, these are the obvious cases that I mentioned before. But this is the last mechanism that we apply after using voluntary compliance mechanisms for some time. But as I said, as my colleague said before, there are challenges, and indeed we are now in a post-pandemic period, which proves that income tax should not be connected only to the physical presence, which is a main principle when calculating the salary income tax. And we should find solutions, and I think this will be one of the goals that will be implemented not only at local level, but at international level. Thank you. Thank you very much, Olga, for your intervention, for the information you shared. So I have a question about the compliance program that we all know about already, and often we see fiscal visits to taxpayers. What is still unclear about after these visits, that indeed the tax inspector is checking the situation of the employees. Are they at work? They come on, the tax officer comes on site, talks to the to the employer, but what comes next? For the taxpayer, it is important to understand, even the ones that understand that they are not exactly in the white area. So what comes next? What are the next steps undertaken by the authorities? What indicators are considered, and so on? First of all, the DALS program, Declare and Pay Your Salary, it works over time. It's not only one visit, one meeting with the taxpayer. Depending on case, there could be 2-3 visits during 1 year in this area, and then we analyze the declarations filed by the taxpayer. And when we see this trend and we see that the company moves into white, into the clean, by paying the average salary in their sector, but not just formally paying 1,000 lei to have just a base of calculating contributions at a minimum value. And these taxes, beside being declared, they're also paid. And that qualifies that as this taxpayer being compliant. So they are included in the category of honest taxpayers. But there are categories of taxpayers who are a bit more resistant to changes, and they choose to live for tomorrow to optimize their expenses. And these ones fall into a risk category. And then they are moved into forced compliance. That means tax controls that most often result into reassessment of tax for the audited period. Or there could be a control only on paying salary, but anyway, it is quite expensive. So if you make an analysis, it is expensive. I agree. Thank you very much for answer. Mariana, would you please let me intervene here? When Dragoș started the topic about digital nomads and the ranking the nomads make about where they would like to go and carry out their activities, I resonated a lot with arguments pro-Romania, the regime, drawing this parallel line with Moldova. I really have a feeling that Moldova's issue with getting into this rating is that it is not very much known as a destination where people could get. So with digitalization and pre-filled declarations, I was expecting you'd said what a pre-filled declaration is and how we learn to use. So if we start to talk, Veronica, how we did the other days, it could take us more than 24 hours to talk about that, because every moment leads to a new question, to a new subject to be talked. Indeed, the pre-filled declarations was born as an ex-front phenomenon. Veronica was one of the people who sometimes had the idea, and she was supported at that time. Of course, there was resistance against this idea, because we all understand that there is room for improvement in the data that might have been premature then. It was like a record to implement this pre-filled declaration, and we managed to improve it over time. So if we compare the situation with 5 years ago, when the return was filed on paper and it took like 15 minutes to check if all of the revenues were declared, because the taxpayer did not know if they had all the information. Now, I think the pre-filled declaration is or you come for 2 or 3 minutes to the tax office, or you just connect to the e-declaration. And then that depends on the approach of each of us. And it doesn't take any more. Or you realize it's 10 o'clock in the evening, it's last day to file the tax return. Let me manage to do that in order not to make sure that I don't get any penalties tomorrow. So it is demanded. And we tried over the last years, or 2 years ago, it was adapted to a smartphone version. Is it launched already? Yes. So this allows it to be signed much easier with a digital signature. And as mentioned a bit earlier, This pandemic taught us to use electronic resources that we have available, Zoom or Skype. I mean, everyone had access to them, but no, we're not using them so much, but we learned. So we are always looking for solutions. That's why we in the tax sector are also optimizing services so that declaring and paying taxes would be convenient. Well, in this case, a quite lovely experience that we had with the pre-filled declaration on income tax. Are there any plans, let's say, to automate the declaration or pre-fill other tax returns than the income tax return? Maybe the VAT declaration, maybe profit declaration? Well, there is willingness, and in a short time, what could be done is the VAT declaration, because many companies, especially in services sector, are oriented towards using the e-invoice. So when it comes to, and on purchase side, that is the VAT declaration. And then electronic monitoring of sales will allow segregation of data so that this declaration could be pre-filled. We are working on it. Then we'll ask Mr. Leakey when he joins us here in the panel about what are the plans for VAT. Of course, if pre-filling of VAT declaration is planned, I think that will simplify life a lot. I agree that the profit statement is difficult to generate because we don't know the deduction system. Indeed, we don't know the deduction system of a company, and that would mean being connected to the accounting data of a company, or the company should be on a public server or public accounting system. Yeah, but for example, small companies who earn on sale where you tax sales income, that would be a solution indeed for independent activity, let's say. But here again, we mean monitoring sales, connecting to data, and that would be simple for us. I promised Romana that I will connect her back into our discussion with respect to remuneration and IT. Because, well, I said it will be a connection with what Vladimir was saying a bit earlier. It has become quite challenging in a digital era. Everything about royalties and how they substitute in a way the traditional salaries. Romana, would you like to elaborate a bit on this so that we can touch this topic as well? Let's make sure that it is discussed. Thank you very much, Veronica. I will try to fit in 2 minutes. In Moldova, as in Romania, I understand it is more advantageous from tax point of view if we have a royalty contract, even internal one, compared to a service provision contract. But the situation is ambiguous. Let me give you an example. Let's say the software development contract could qualify as a royalty revenue or service provision revenues. But if we look at the OECD comments, the answer depends on whether these are simple changes to a pre-existing software, that's a royalty. If it is absolutely new software that the service provider develops for the benefit of the contractor, of the payer, that's service provision, even though copyright still is valid in relation to the former. And in this case, when it comes to national legislation, we have a problem. Is the status of a provider in the service provision contract, is the status as independent or not? That's another difficulty. But now, how would the Republic of Moldova interpret for the purposes of domestic legislation? How would Moldova interpret this? Personally, I don't know. I wasn't able to find in the public space any specific answer to this case. And the problem is that you can't make reference to the OECD comments. You need to rely on the text code. And then the question remains open. I wanted to give example of this conflict of qualification for a situation that could happen frequently in practice. Because this occupation, software developer, is very frequent nowadays, and it has a possibility that they could be hired in any possible form. The amounts are large, and taxation, if it is about contributions as well, is regressive. I mean, the bigger the revenue, if you don't pay contributions or if you pay social contributions to that minimum level, and that's the situation of Romania. So we are talking about massive regressive taxation. And the motivation for arbitrage is, the incentive is very strong on both sides.
Vezi, am o întrebare, nu un răspuns pe tema asta.
Doar o clipă. Vreau, dacă tot ai adresat întrebare legată de...
So, as you have asked this question, how the Republic of Moldova addresses such a case, I think Olga could answer if she wants to. So thank you. Regarding the example provided by Ramona about IT sector, I don't believe it would be tempting for businesses in Moldova, provided that we have the IT park and we have the second facility regime by taxing two average salaries per economy. So we don't have this interest anymore. There are too many complications involved. Nevertheless, on the basis of our inspections practice, we have seen such optimizations. There was a period when businesses when this involved TV's journalism, and it was an issue of creation, rights creation, and the stakeholders wanted to use the rights of creation. So we need to find an answer on the basis of the current law in order to analyze the job descriptions, because each of us having a job has a job description or some tasks that they need to perform, and we can differentiate between the daily activity and the copyright. In Romania, we have the principle of supremacy of rules by which the tax authority has the possibility to reclassify certain transactions, and that's a strength of the tax authority. So far in Moldova, we don't have this provision in the tax law, because it should be defined clearly how such a provision should be used in order not to generate some preconceived ideas, because any situation that can be interpreted generates the risk of delays in time. I would like to add something. This fiscal principle that we introduced in Romania, Dan is also with us, and we struggled with it, and we introduced it as an evolution of taxation. Look, we need to introduce this provision when to give the power to tax authority to say that this transaction is not what you say, it's something different, because the tax code of Moldova Romania says that the economic nature means not the legal form. For example, you have a leasing agreement on the basis of documents, but according to the economic nature, it should be an employment contract. So we, the authorities, businesses, try to formulate it as well as possible. We analyze the experience of OECD, Germany, Italy, and we introduced quite a general formulation. And I would like to say that in practice, myself, I represent the business community, and I provide support during the investigation, during the inspections. So I provide assistance to the inspectors, and my conclusion is the following. One, you cannot introduce such a provision unless it is general, because that's a principle of professional judgment. So an inspector comes and say, look, on the basis of my experience and knowledge, I'm thinking that this is like this, not like that. And once you do that, the others with their professional judgments, meaning the other side, say, yes, but I also I am analyzing the situation and I believe that you are not right because of this and that. And in most of the cases, this ends up in court, and the courts see such a concept for the first time because this is something new for them as well. And then this creates, well, the secret is that the quicker you introduce it in Moldova, the quicker you will start applying it wrongly, and the court will correct. And then after a certain period of time, on the basis of the jurisprudence, meaning the court judgments that somehow correct what the tax authorities are saying and what the taxpayers are saying. Yes. So given this Romanian experience, we decided to delay the decision to introduce such provisions in the law. So during the inspections, for example, if in a transportation company a vehicle is used and we analyze the consumption of fuel and the number of kilometers traveled, and the person is employed part-time, only 4 hours a day, and you can see that they do not reflect the whole volume of work. So they have to recognize that they're not paying full the salaries. But as I've said, everything is done via discussions, and this is the most appropriate approach, because sometimes the general framework, the law, besides that, you develop your feeling and your experience, and you try to find those solutions. Thank you very much, Dragos, Olga. I see that Vladimir tries to step in, so please, Vladimir. As a taxpayer, both as an individual and legal entity, as the colleague said, say yes, we can go to the court will learn, we'll learn together with courts. But unfortunately in Moldova, we've noticed that judges, lawyers, and all stakeholders from the justice sector have very little experience and sometimes limited knowledge in the tax area. So I believe that here that the state tax service should provide some trainings to account, like they do for accountants, to do similar trainings for judges working on economic cases, because sometimes when ending up in court, the court issues some judgments that benefit neither taxpayers nor the tax authorities, and when they have to be enforced, nobody knows what to do. So if the tax law is here, the court judgment could be here or here. So we need somehow to interpret it and implement it. And sometimes it is in contradiction with the tax law. So it's very important to apply this principle, but at the same time, we need to make sure that the justice sector is educated, well, maybe not educated, but to gain experience. Yes, you are very right. In Romania, with the Chamber of Tax Consultants, we are trying. So this is the professional body, and the contacted by judges, and the judges asks for our opinion as tax experts on certain cases, and then we invite judges at our consultations. So we invite judges for them to know the directions we're moving, because otherwise, I think for more than 10 years, for 15 years already, we're discussing in Romania to establish separate courts for the tax administration. This was not done yet, but somehow in practice, the appellate court has certain judges that have already accumulated experience. They have investigated more cases in this area and somehow understand issues around VAT, for example. Thank you very much for these valuable comments. I believe that all of us have received answers to their questions, because these issues are discussed quite often in the business community with the public authorities, and hopefully at the next conference when we meet for some questions that we launched today to find answers or progresses. We as the business community are very open to contribute as much as possible. As you can see, we have friends, partners in Romania that could share their experience as well, both positive and negative experience, lessons learned. So we are available, we are open. I'd like to thank all of us who were with us. Vladislav Kaminsky, he was on vacation. He accepted to be with us, but he lost his connection. So he has a debt, and at the next edition of the conference, we will invite him here. Thank you very much, and we'll continue in a couple of minutes. We will speak about the activity of non-residents in Moldova.
Pe partea de agenda a conferinței, ce va fi diferit față de ediția anului trecut?
În anul trecut, subiectele din agenda au avut un caracter mai general, cum ar fi impozitul pe venit, taxa pe valoare adăugată, accizele. Anul acesta, subiectele sunt targetate pe direcții concrete. Avem abordate aceleași impozite, dar dintr-un unghi mai specific, și anume aspecte specifice ce țin de remunerarea angajaților și impozitul pe venit aferent remunerării angajaților. Provocările cu care se confruntă Republica Moldova în procesul armonizării cadrului normativ al taxei pe valoare adăugată la cel al Uniunii Europene. Și un alt subiect nou din agenda din anul curent este legat de activitatea nerezidenților.
Doamna Veronica, care a fost argumentul care v-a determinat să organizați cele două ediții a e-TAXCON-ului?
Am decis să facem o a doua ediție a TAXCON-ului, deoarece reacțiile după prima ediție au fost cele care ne-au înaripat să mergem în acest exercițiu mai departe. După prima ediție am fost abordați de mai multă lume, atât din membrii noștri, cât și din cei care au participat din alte țări, care ne tot ziceau că ar fi bine să fie abordat un subiect sau altul în edițiile ulterioare. Zis și făcut, am zis că hai să avem o ediție ulterioară. Așa am ajuns să avem o a doua ediție a TAXCON-ului.
Secțiunea specială cu președinții comitetelor pe fiscalitate se referă la munca de la distanță și efectele ei fiscale. De ce ați optat pentru a discuta anume acest subiect?
Munca de la distanță a devenit o realitate în zilele noastre, fiind integrată în activitatea agenților economici din majoritatea ramurilor economiei naționale, într-o măsură mai mică sau mai mare. Anii 2020 și 2021 au fost ani în care am fost nevoit cu toții să ne adaptăm unui nou stil de viață, punând pe primul loc siguranța. Agenții economici au fost nevoiți să-și revadă procesele și sistemele interne pentru a garanta atât siguranța angajaților, cât și continuitatea afacerii. Implementarea acestui nou mod de lucru au generat o serie de provocări financiare și implicații fiscale. Au apărut o serie de cheltuieli noi, necesare, regimul fiscal al cărora urmează a fi concretizat. În cadrul conferinței, subiectul dat va fi abordat nu doar din prisma particularităților legislației locale, ci și din perspectiva țărilor Europei Centrale și de Est.
Din perspectiva dumneavoastră, care din blocurile de subiecte ce urmează a fi abordate sunt cele mai relevante pentru publicul conferinței? Mă refer la contabili, persoane interesate, directori financiari.
Toate subiectele abordate în cadrul conferinței reprezintă un interes sporit pentru comunitatea de afaceri. Pentru mine personal, pe primul loc stă subiectul impozitării persoanelor fizice. Veniturile salariale, veniturile pasive din străinătate, din Republica Moldova. Întotdeauna era important pentru toți. Regimuri speciale, tip care a fost implementat în Republica Moldova pentru domeniul IT, Moldova IT Park. Ce a fost rezolvat? Ce probleme nou s-au ridicat? Alte teme din acest subiect totul să fie interesante pentru a discuta. Vă așteptăm!
partea de agenda a conferinței, ce va fi diferit față de ediția anului trecut?
În anul trecut, subiectele din agenda au avut un caracter mai general, cum ar fi impozitul pe venit, taxa pe valoare adăugată, accizele. Anul acesta, subiectele sunt targetate pe direcții concrete. Avem abordate aceleași impozite, dar dintr-un unghi mai specific, și anume aspecte specifice ce țin de remunerarea angajaților și impozitul pe venit aferent remunerării angajaților. Provocările cu care se confruntă Republica Moldova în procesul armonizării cadrului normativ al taxei pe valoare adăugată la cel al Uniunii Europene. Și un alt subiect nou din agenda din anul curent este legat de activitatea nerezidenților.
Doamna Veronica, care a fost argumentul care v-a determinat să organizați cele două ediții a e-TAXCON-ului?
Am decis să facem o a doua ediție a TAXCON-ului, deoarece reacțiile după prima ediție au fost cele care ne-au înaripat să mergem în acest exercițiu mai departe. După prima ediție am fost abordați de mai multă lume, atât din membrii noștri, cât și din cei care au participat din alte țări, care ne tot ziceau că ar fi bine să fie abordat un subiect sau altul în edițiile ulterioare. Zis și făcut, am zis că hai să avem o ediție ulterioară. Așa am ajuns să avem o a doua ediție a TAXCON-ului.
Secțiunea specială cu președinții comitetelor pe fiscalitate se referă la munca de la distanță și efectele ei fiscale. De ce ați optat pentru a discuta anume acest subiect?
Munca de la distanță a devenit o realitate în zilele noastre, fiind integrată în activitatea agenților economici din majoritatea ramurilor economiei naționale, într-o măsură mai mică sau mai mare. Anii 2020 și 2021 au fost ani în care am fost nevoit cu toții să ne adaptăm unui nou stil de viață, punând pe primul loc siguranța. Agenții economici au fost nevoiți să-și revadă procesele și sistemele interne pentru a garanta atât siguranța angajaților, cât și continuitatea afacerii. Implementarea acestui nou mod de lucru au generat o serie de provocări financiare și implicații fiscale. Au apărut o serie de cheltuieli noi, necesare, regimul fiscal al cărora urmează a fi concretizat. În cadrul conferinței, subiectul dat va fi abordat nu doar din prisma particularităților legislației locale, ci și din perspectiva țărilor Europei Centrale și de Est.
Din perspectiva dumneavoastră, care din blocurile de subiecte ce urmează a fi abordate sunt cele mai relevante pentru publicul conferinței? Mă refer la contabili, persoane interesate, directori financiari.
Toate subiectele abordate în cadrul conferinței reprezintă un interes sporit pentru comunitatea de afaceri. Pentru mine personal, pe primul loc stă subiectul impozitării persoanelor fizice. Veniturile salariale, veniturile pasive din străinătate, din Republica Moldova. Întotdeauna era important pentru toți. Regimuri speciale, tip care a fost implementat în Republica Moldova pentru domeniul IT, Moldova IT Park. Ce a fost rezolvat? Ce probleme nou s-au ridicat? Alte teme din acest subiect totul să fie interesante pentru a discuta. Vă așteptăm!
Bine ați revenit
În cadrul conferinței e-TAXCON-21.
Welcome back to e-TAXCON 2021. Now we have a special session on the second day of the conference, and together with Dan, we will try to discuss about the activity of non-residents and the challenges encountered by non-residents when working in the Republic of Moldova. We have with us a team consisting of national and international experts specialized in this area. I don't know if it is the case to present Dan Manolescu, but I will do it anyway. If you are just connected and if you missed the previous parts or yesterday's work, Dan is president of the Chamber of Fiscal Consultants in Romania. He has a wide experience both in private and the public area, working as tax advisor at the Ministry of Public Finance of Romania, and he is the co-moderator of the whole conference. I will continue with Lilia Colin. She is a director at Deloitte Moldova. Lilia is the co-chair of American Chamber of Commerce of Tax Committee, and together with Yurie Chichibaba, they are the voice of the business community, AmCham Moldova, being co-chairs of the tax committee at AmCham Moldova. Yuri is the managing partner at Taxaco and also has broad experience both in the public and the private sectors. He used to be the deputy minister, the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Moldova. I will continue to present the panel speakers for this session. Mr. Dorel Noroc, we had the honor to meet him yesterday as well. Mr. Noroc is head of Tax and Customs Policy at the Ministry of Finance. So for sure, those working with taxation in Moldova know him as one of the best tax experts. And I will finish the presentation with someone who has connected remotely. I'll continue with Mr. Ionuț Simion, who is the president of AmCham Romania. He's also co-chair of the tax committee at AmCham Romania, and his core job, because as you understood, this is being a president of AmCham is not your main job. He is a leader of tax practice at PwC Romania and Moldova. I will continue with other two colleagues. They come from the State Tax Service. Vitalie Chumachenko, he's head of the General Division Methodology of Tax Procedures, and the tax procedures cover everything from keeping records, control, and all of the procedures. Mr. Chumachenko is head of the General Division in this area, and Igor Lazar, head of General Division Methodology of Taxes and Duties. Both Mr. Chumachenko and Mr. Lazar, for sure, are well known to you, thanks to the multiple articles that they have wrote, and thanks to their participation in various workshops and conferences.
Cei care astăzi o să încercăm să punem în discuție subiecte legate de activitatea nerezidenților.
We will discuss at this session the activity of non-residents in Moldova and the challenges they encounter in the Republic of Moldova. And I kindly ask Lilia, so let's try to discuss, or at least to set the background, what would be several lines or directions that we can identify, and we could discuss each separately and have a separate discussion on each line, so that to make sure that we have a discussion rather than a monologue. Veronica, thank you for the introduction. Oh, sorry, we cannot hear you. I heard very well, Veronica, but we do not hear well Lilia. So, good morning. Thank you, Veronica, for your presentation. As the general directions that we believe would be interesting for everyone who is watching us, so we will discuss about the challenges encountered by non-residents in terms of accounting records, accounting for revenue, expenses. We will also discuss about the challenges related to the relationship between residents and non-residents, in particular the certificates of non-residents that are needed to be able to apply the international agreements on avoiding double taxation. Another challenge relates to VAT, especially in relation to the revenue generated by non-residents and the obligation of non-residents to be registered as payers of VAT. And another topic that we believe is not very much addressed in official information. These are non-residents in other countries of residents of Moldova. So when we discuss about non-residents, we mainly focus on non-residents working in Moldova, but with the globalization and with the fact that the Republic of Moldova has started its international economic activity, we have situations when Moldovan residents would like to work on the territory of other countries, thus becoming non-residents in those countries. Thank you very much. Should we start with the last one, as you have developed it? Well, I wanted to leave it for dessert because it's kind of more specific, but we can start with it. Dan, did you want to say something? So I wanted to set the parameters of the discussions. I know, Veronica, that you were very much involved in this topic. So maybe you could make a parallel between the situation in Moldova currently and what has to be clarified, and the situation in Romania now and in the past, because similar problems were raised in Romania as well. Some of them were clarified, whereas others, such as the non-resident certificates, are still not clear. And I believe that during the discussion, we will manage together to address these issues. Thank you very much, Dan. Yes, so let's go back to the last topic that I mentioned, the legal status and obligations of residents of Moldova to include in the accounting records the transactions conducted via their branch offices registered on the territory of other countries, countries that Moldova has international treaties and countries with which Moldova does not have international treaties concluded. I've seen that the law is, there is a gray area in the law and interpretations. So we hope that more businesses in Moldova will be courageous enough to explore other international markets. And for sure, we hope that this topic enters the agenda of the tax authorities that should regulate such transactions. So the current situation is the following. Business operators from Moldova, because they don't have enough knowledge and there is no regulatory framework to regulate this revenue, has some revenues blocked that were conducted by their branch offices that are registered in the tax residence of other states that are not declared in the Republic of Moldova. For example, a loan was given to start up the activity in that branch office, and the only record about this branch office are the foundation documents and the loan provided. We don't find any other data in the accounting data in Moldova. According to the international practice, we know that these transactions should be regarded as transactions conducted by a single legal entity that is resident of the Republic of Moldova. Hence, they should be included in a single accounting records. I wanted to avoid the word consolidation because the branch office does not have the status of legal entity. It should be viewed as a host center and avoid the word consolidation. So I prefer to see the activity of branch offices as that are part of the same entity. I have a comment here because Romania had similar problems, especially in the 90s.
Dan, mă auzi? Vrei să intervii? Nu vreau să intervin. Se aude foarte încet. Nu știu de ce microfonul vostru nu funcționează.
Că o să-l iau tot pe cel mobil. Se pare că ăsta e mai bun. Se aude mai bine?
Da, acum da. Iartă-mă, dar se aude foarte greu și e greu de urmărit.
Dacă se poate să oprim la baliera să nu se dubleze. Spuneam că și în România astfel de probleme.
So I was saying that Romania used to have similar problems because of confusion of terminology. So to clarify things, we have to understand what we refer to in each separate case. So we have the term of subsidiary, which is a separate legal entity. These are two separate legal entities. The interaction between these two entities should comply with principles of independence. And we have the notion of branch office, which in Moldova is known as permanent representative office or permanent establishment. This is the extension of parent company in another area. So we could have a branch office established nationally, for example, a branch office of a company based in Chișinău in another region of Moldova, or a branch office established in another country. So the transactions conducted by the branch office should be accounted for in the accounting records of the parent company, because it's the same legal entity. So if these things are clearly stated in the law, and this differentiation is made, then the tax treatment should become clearer. So because this depends on the legal nature of these two types of entities. So these are my comments. I will intervene if needed because I see some similarities between the situation in Moldova and in Romania. I would like, if our invited guests would like to jump in, please inform me so that I know if you'd like to add something on this topic, or we could go to the next topic. There are many things to be said, but I don't know how many hours we have. We don't have hours. Ionuț, I would like to challenge you to make some comments related to this relationship of branch office and parent mother from your perspective, and the OECD rules on profits, so that we connect these two topics. At the OECD level, we have this concept of analyzing the attributing the profit on the base to the permanent office. So what is your opinion in this regard? Dan, thank you very much for the question. Transfer prices is a topic of interest for me, but before that, I would like to continue the ideas that you mentioned. Romania was not very far 15 years ago from where Moldova is now, and we had similar provisions to what I've seen in the letter developed by AmCham and sent to authorities. There was a total confusion between permanent office, accounting and allocation of profits. The international law, when speaking about permanent representative offices, refers to allocation of profits, not about separate accounting records, because, as it was said, this is not a separate and individual legal entity. We had lots of discussions with Romanian tax authorities, where we explained these concepts, and the law in Romania developed. The permanent establishment is a tax invention because, from the legal point of view, is another pocket of the same trousers, as you said, Dan. But from the point of view of states that have to manage the existence and manner of declaring and paying taxes and duties by a permanent establishment, some important decisions should be made. In Romania, the following decisions were made. In the accounting law, we have introduced the obligation of permanent establishment to keep accounting records according to the accounting rules of Romania. Moreover, in Romania, we regarded that the branch office is a permanent establishment, but actually a permanent establishment is more than a branch office. And here we had the biggest problem: when a permanent establishment should be generated, when it is not declared permanently by the taxpayer. How the tax authority can identify if the activity conducted by the non-resident on the territory of Moldova generates a permanent establishment.
So legal amendments were done in this respect regarding the tax registration. So that today in Romania, it's easy to register a permanent establishment that is not a subsidiary, and the accounting law said that this form of registration has to keep the books similarly to the bookkeeping of any other legal entity from Romania. It's important to mention that there was a big discussion in Romania how expenses from the mother company, from parent company, are allocated to this permanent establishment. And there was the invoice notion was confused with debit note, credit note, because the debit note or credit note notion is used to justify, to introduce a justification document based on which the parent company allocates to the branch office expenditures that would allow the branch office to recognize its revenues on the territory where it operates. So it is important to understand that in order to ensure the proper functioning, a branch office needs to take into account the expenses made by the headquarters, because many of them are insured by persons that don't travel or don't perform the activity directly on the territory of Moldova, and such expenses need to be possible to allow to be allocated. And here we have a transfer pricing legislation that says that a branch office, a permanent establishment, needs to be viewed as a standalone entity. Even though it is not a legal entity, it has to be perceived as a standalone entity, so that this allocation of expenses could be analyzed and seen whether it is done at market level, because not all expenses of a headquarters could be allocated to a branch office, but only the ones that are closely related to the activity of, conducted by that respective permanent establishment in the country. For Romania, and I think it is important to mention, to say to our Moldovan colleagues who work at the Ministry of Finance or tax inspection authorities, in the Romanian legislation, we did not make reference to the OECD unless we talk about the guide on transfer pricing that is incorporated in the Romanian law. However, when we talk about permanent establishment, even though we did not make reference to the OECD guide, or actually it's the framework treaty on avoiding double taxation. We took many provisions about permanent establishment, so we incorporated them in the Romanian legislation so that it would be easy to understand and it would be easy to apply, both for taxpayers and particularly for the tax authority, because, as I said, it's not hard to analyze or to put it in the law, the permanent establishments that are registered voluntarily by the taxpayer. But it's very important for the lawmakers to decide on what are the conditions by means of which they can say that the activity of a non-resident in Moldova needs to be registered as a permanent establishment. Here, I think it's time for me to stop. I would also like to comment that Romania was had also a period where, because of unclear legislation on permanent establishment per se, without a formal registration of a subsidiary of a branch office, it was difficult to use it in practice. And I know some companies that in the early 2000s, foreign companies that registered a permanent establishment in Romania, they said that they could get this registration only from tax point of view. And after 3 months, they decided to transform it into a branch office because it was sort of an animal that no one knew what it was. And they were looking, if they went to customs, they were like, what in fact are you? Give me your registration certificate from the commerce register. And no, I'm only registered for tax purposes. So this formality was happening. So if you are registered as a branch office, it's a more concrete form and it's similar to a limited company registration. So it brought some similarity and it was closer to a legal form that our market understood. However, things developed, the legislation developed, and somehow it became easier to understand what Ionut was saying, that a permanent establishment is a tax notion in itself. It could be a branch office, but it doesn't mean that having a branch office doesn't mean that you only have people. So the Romanian legislation took over many comments, many examples from the OECD commentary, and they are translated, like the case of a painter that works at a client, the manager that works. So these are the examples from the comments that the Romanian authorities took over into our legislation. They use those examples in order to make it easier to understand and to create tools in order to identify the permanent establishments. For 10-15 years, there has been the beneficiary's responsibility to report to the tax authority all services, external services that they benefit of that are provided by foreign providers, specifically to give a possibility to the tax authority to identify certain permanent establishments by means of the activities that they carry out. Unfortunately, this information was provided by beneficiaries for years, but I have never heard of an audit started by the tax authority that would rely on those information. So there are tools. The tax authority has the information. The idea is, does it use it? So far, I haven't seen any proactiveness of the tax authority to identify potential permanent establishment, because again, permanent establishment is a taxation right on those profits, and from here on, the rights on attribution and profit allocation and so on. But I think those tools and this distinction should be very clear, and we should have in our legislation the possibility to identify them first. We need to know that they exist, and subsequently, the way we attribute profits will be discussed today later on. I would like to make one more remark. I think we've had a discussion at some point about the legislation on transfer pricing and to what extent it can be adopted in Moldova. I am not going to go into details. Maybe Moldova needs to be prepared for setting such legislation, but studying that letter, I can only say that limiting the management expenses as 10% of the salaries of the staff from Romania is a random and burdening measure. It does not contribute to stimulating the activity. It's true. If there was a transfer pricing provision in Moldova, then the allocation of costs from abroad to Moldova could be analyzed through the lens of transfer pricing methodology. But as I understand, Moldova does not currently have adopted the methodology, or not even soon to be adopted. So I think this limit should be there for 10% and even increase, because it discourages transfer of information from one country which is much more developed to a country like Moldova who needs know-how. And Romania understood it needs that it had to eliminate. Of course, there could be this could be abused, but that's the role of a department for non-residents that was created in Romania, and which is analyzing particularly the way that the non-residents via their permanent establishments carry out their activity in Romania. Thank you very much for these comments. I know that Yuri wanted to intervene. Can you hear? Yes. I can confirm that we had the same problem in the Republic of Moldova. End of March 2019, the civil code was amended, and somehow we understood that branch office is a establishment that could be something. And before that, in the civil code, we had rep office, as we call it in taxation, that came to an end. We have branch office and subsidiary and permanent establishment according to the tax code. Finally, the tax authority, while obtaining this certificate of opening a permanent establishment, they immediately copy the tax code of the country where the parent, well, it's not parent company comes from. Another thing is that we also had issues with customs until 2017, until we started to have permanent establishment. I was surprised when they got registered automatically with the National Social Insurance Company. You don't need to get a different code to obtain that registration. And I especially looked into and the accounting legislation in order to, because I know that the approach was the same. We are obliged for permanent establishments to run bookkeeping according to the law, but nothing says about branch offices. So there is an obligation for permanent establishments to provide financial statements. I mean, but what can we submit? Because actually a permanent establishment needs to submit two returns: VAT return, if any, and income tax return. How can I submit financial statements when I don't have a tax code? And yes, bookkeeping needs to be there, needs to be held, but in this case we are very much compliant, and the idea that some companies inform about provision of services by non-residents. Yes, it exists, but also I understand that when we present information, but how is it used? And I think that's permanent practice because we don't see results. So it would be good if we received feedback from the tax authority enough in this case to see what's the purpose of that reporting of information. Well, since we got to this place talking about permanent establishment, dear colleagues, please intervene if you would like to. But let's continue the first topic announced by Lilia earlier, allocation of revenues, expenses. Ionuț made some reference to it, talking that 10% limitation that exists, and we did not discuss how much aligned it is to best practice, but let's continue. Do you want to give more details, Lilia, here? I'd like to comment a bit about the obligation to keep accounting records of non-residents with respect to transactions made through permanent establishments in the Republic of Moldova. Of course, we assess, maybe we develop, especially maybe with baby steps, but from regulatory point of view, we see that amendments are made that are shedding some light. And yes, it is mandatory for a permanent establishment to have bookkeeping. In 2019, the Ministry of Finance developed an instruction on the way some practical and specific elements on the reporting of transactions made through a permanent establishment registered in Moldova. Nevertheless, the business community believes that some of these aspects have not been elaborated on enough in order to give enough clarity about what transactions and what primary documentation need to be used as confirmation, so that the registered transaction wouldn't raise question in terms of classification, period when they took place, and the correct way of taxation, since we talk about taxation of profit resulting from the activity of permanent establishments. So take it point by point. When it comes to primary documentation, currently it is not clear what kind of supportive documentation needs to be when the company has, as Ionuț mentioned, when they provide support to through the permanent establishment, like recruitment. We have an administrator that is not physically present in Moldova, but he or she monitors, and the permanent establishment cannot manage its activity on the territory of Moldova without having this administrator behind them. The administrator is paid, has an individual employment contract with the company, not with the permanent establishment. However, a significant share of his or her work should be re-invoiced towards the permanent establishment. So this aspect is not covered, and it is not clear how it has to be reflected, how these costs are going to be reflected in the bookkeeping of a permanent establishment. And it is decided to have more communication, more clarity in this respect. Of course, the business community doesn't want to complicate its life with too much documentation. But again, the main rule is if you have documentation that ensures transparency and avoids interpretation, of course, you avoid risks for the future, both fiscal risks and other more painful risks, let's say. This is the first thing, or one of the examples, because I'm sure there are many more examples, as my colleagues mentioned. The know-how that is necessary in order to set the activity of a permanent establishment, such as designing the internal control, support for the accounting software that they use, and other best practice that the company has developed. All of that should be reflected in the bookkeeping of a permanent establishment because it benefits of them. But another issue is about what the support documentation is necessary or should be kept in the records in order to reflect the revenues generated by the permanent establishment. Let me give you an example, one of the most simple and understandable examples. The activity Well, for the permanent establishment is, let's say, a work territory. So we have a service provision contract between the beneficiary, who is resident of Moldova, and the provider, who is non-resident of the Republic of Moldova, who provides the service via the permanent establishment. In this case, we have a question: who has the obligation to issue the invoice for the provided service? The permanent establishment or the client? If it's the permanent establishment, then how this support document needs to be handed as a primary documentation for reflecting revenues in the client's documentation, and the other way around. If in the main contract it is specifically provided that the client is going to be invoicing because the provider, who is a non-resident of Moldova, because he guarantees the good sound performance of the works and the guarantee period, then we have another question: what piece of those revenues should be taken over into the bookkeeping of a permanent establishment in Moldova? Because it incurs expenses, and once you incur expenses, the rule says that I should say some revenues as well. Talking about revenue generation resulting from expenses, when do we reflect these revenues? Monthly, quarterly, twice a year, once a year? So far, no methodological guidance was developed for that, and the tax code and the civil code don't say anything about that. So it's a gray area, and everyone interprets it as they believe necessary, and it makes it impossible to compare what's a good practice, what's the approach of a local market to this interpretation. So talking about the 10% limitation provision of Article 75 of the tax code, that makes reference to the fact that the eligible expenses that could be deducted from the profit of the permanent establishment shall be limited at 10% of the salary expenses, sorry. And then what are salary expenses? Expenses generated by the employees hired directly by the permanent establishment, or salary expenses that should logically be reinvoiced by the company, because there are people behind it who receive salaries, even though according to their position these expenses could have a different purpose. And then this limitation is obviously discouraging increasing the flow of transactions through the permanent establishment, and it also discourages the support of the company by developing some healthy practices of setting activity via the form of permanent establishment. And again, revenues to the budget are missed, because it limits the expenses that the permanent establishment could make by, let's say, some more substantial investment that could be visible. Some marketing actions, sponsorship actions. So anyway, by applying this limitation, it's not only the goal of the activity of a permanent establishment that loses, but also the society that interacts with this permanent establishment. Dana, I've seen you wanted to intervene. Yes, by the way, speaking of who invoices, how invoices, things are getting complicated here, and we should put into discussion the VAT side, because inherently in these situations, when we talk about plumbing works or construction, local sales done through the permanent establishment, then we have a VAT, and we need to make a distinction here, because from the VAT perspective, we might have a perspective on the entire piece of work because it takes place in Moldova, and then from VAT perspective, it is necessary to have an invoice, and that invoice is the VAT obligation to collect the VAT for that work. But invoicing the entire amount through the branch office doesn't mean that the entire amount is the revenue of the branch office. That's why we need clear rules on profit allocation, because, as we said, the conventions and the national legislation should establish clearly the rules on what profits do we tax, and the conventions do that. That's the role of a convention, to set the rules for the rights for taxation for the two signatory members, two signatory states. And I think for all of the situations when we talk about permanent establishment of some companies coming from countries with whom Moldova has conventions should be judged by the rules set in the convention. By the way, that duration, allocation of expenses, and so on. If a company comes from a country with whom we don't have conventions, we have rules in the national legislation with some limitations, and unless they are amended, we need to apply, because I mean it can be perceived as a willingness of Moldova to restrict some costs. But what we need to take into account is that from taxation rights in prevalence of that convention in Moldova, Romania, and other countries where they have these permanent establishments, the profit related to that permanent establishment should be taxed based on some rules that are similar to the ones between independent entities. So what would be the role of that permanent establishment in the total activity at the level of a company? Not easy to make this functional analysis in order to determine what is actually the effort of a permanent establishment, what's the remuneration of a permanent establishment based on the activities and functions that it performs. It is a difficult concept, and OECD treats very labor-intensively this aspect of transfer pricing. But even if you don't have the rules, the concept behind it should work as a principle in terms of attributing profits, because we cannot say that we allocate out of a total manufacturing installation contract that a company that won a project to build a factory in Moldova. So there is a beneficiary in Moldova who says, I want a factory that is worth 10 million euros. And in Germany, that means engineering for designing, producing this, building this entire process of design and producing costs 8 million in Germany. In Moldova, what do? We do the installation itself, installing itself. It takes 1.5 years. We have a permanent establishment because we need to come to the client in Moldova. So the German company comes to install it with a team of 20 people. And that means what? That's a 2 million profit. The difference between 10 and 8 is all allocated to Moldova. So Moldova has the right to tax the 2 million for a 10 people team who sat here and installed things here. The German authority will say, why guys? No, I have a right of taxation for biggest share of this profit, because out of the 2 million profit achieved per contract, 90% should be allocated to Germany, because this is where we designed, produce, and the fact that you only have 10 people installing this, how much would you have assigned to an independent third party to install it? How much would you have paid? 100,000, 200,000. That's the revenue allocated to, or should be allocated to, Moldova for the part of a permanent establishment work. So that is the thinking behind the way permanent establishments should be taxed. And we need to take into account that in all of these situations, we are not only talking about the country where the activity takes place, but also the country of the original company, because the tax authority from there will of course have claims that the profits should be taxed there, and the other way around. Let's think of ourselves of a situation where a company from Moldova goes to do some works in abroad, and we see that in Romania very often over the last decade, especially in the construction sector, where most companies have physical construction works that generate permanent establishments in other countries. And the Romanian authorities have a pretension like, okay, guys, but come and tax the profit here. Don't you tell me that you tax the profit in Hungary, because you have the engineers here. You have the people who are dealing with supervision. You, in the other country, have a team of people. You have permanent establishment, but it doesn't mean that the entire profit that you earn from this activity, you have to tax there. So it's not correct that you cannot tax it in Romania. So things need to be looked into the mirror and to the long term, and maybe right now we don't have examples of concrete Moldovan companies that had such experience in Moldova, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't think about what should we do when it happens in the future, and how will we treat it? If any of our special guests would like to have an intervention on this allocation of revenues and expenses, limitation of expenses in relation to what we discussed before. I know that Mr. Norok wanted to intervene a bit earlier. Let's see if your microphone works. Yes, thank you. So I would like to have an intervention. I think that Veronica, having worked in the public sector, sometimes we work together or separately. I think over the last 10 years, we have never had such a situation to discuss with such intensity everything related to non-residents, especially about permanent establishments. The format as well, the people that take part in the event. I think this, well, a similar event has never happened before, which is quite interesting for us. And we need to admit that also including the Ministry of Finance, where I work, did not give priority to the international taxation, which over the last time has been becoming more and more intense. And I'm happy to notice that what we discussed today and the principles that were mentioned today, they're already well understood within the Ministry of Finance. They're being discussed more and more. I liked very much what was said about principles, and when we ask questions or when we want to change the legislation, we need to follow these principles. If I may highlight what my colleagues mentioned before about permanent establishment and that fiscal fiction, because we understand that permanent establishment and non-residence is one entity, and this fiscal registration is done only to determine what part of the profit is owed to the activity of a non-resident on the territory of Moldova. That is the purpose of a permanent establishment, to determine once more what is the profit that was earned in Moldova. So that's why we need this fiscal fiction, so that the revenues and expenses would be identified that are incurred by the non-resident on the territory of the country. So this fiscal fiction needs to be done as easy as possible. And non-residents should register very quickly online with the state tax service, as we did on the taxation of services with VAT. The non-residents can register. So we should do exactly the same in case of income tax. That's a very good idea. And sometimes I wasn't fast enough at writing in order to manage to take note of all of the ideas, and I think I'll watch it once more. So declaring beneficiaries, services that were provided by non-residents. So I think we need to pay attention in order to identify those non-residents who should register a permanent establishment here, because they need to be under the same circumstances as economic operators working in Moldova. That's why we need to identify them. That's what we did with VAT. They were identified and they were asked very kindly, diplomatically, to register and pay taxes in the country where they should pay the tax. When it comes to the 10% limitation, you highlighted it in the discussion, and I think and I hope that a certain amendment will happen to it in the tax policy, and ideally, and I'd like to thank Mr. Ionuț for his opinion. For this limit to be excluded once we introduce some rules on transfer pricing. That would be the ideal situation, but we will see what we will do next, including the opportunity to increase this limit. Speaking of documentation of the permanent establishment, allocation of resources, and so on, I said at the beginning that we need to think from the perspective of principles based on which a permanent establishment is created. And when an invoice is issued, regardless of whether issued by the permanent establishment or issued by the non-resident, it's one and the same person. But this documentation needs to go through the bookkeeping of the permanent establishment so that they can allocate to themselves the revenues that are appropriately. With the bookkeeping, I agree that maybe we would need a more explicit regulation so that our colleagues in booking could have more clarity about our legislation. That documentation should also be regulated, but based on the rules that we have today, the accounting law says what primary documentation should be used with special regime, and if they don't fit into these regulations, if there is no transmission of a right of ownership or provision of certain services, then the entity should develop on its own or use a primary document but it is important for it to include the elements provided for by the law. That's why I encourage entities, and we also should create such a practice at the level of authorities and at the level of entities, of not being afraid to use primary documents that we develop ourselves.
Acestea sunt în linii generale ceea ce doream să spun.
So this is what I wanted to say regarding permanent establishment, and I hope that the issues discussed today are on the agenda for the future policies, because they are beneficial both for the businesses and for the state budget. First, from the perspective of loyal competition, and the second from the perspective of budget collections. Thank you very much, Mr. Noroc. For sure, well, indeed, we did not manage to pay attention to this topic. We are nevertheless quite insistent as a business community. We want this topic to come to finish. Maybe sometimes we are bothering too much, but nevertheless, we would like to continue such discussions. We are ready to involve then and your notes whenever they are available, because indeed their experience is fantastic in terms of direct taxes, maybe with some connections with VAT. I want to ask those who are connected remotely, do you have any comments? We're coming to a close, to an end of our panel, and if you'd like to jump in, you can do it now, or so thank you for this opportunity to discuss. I would like to thank Dan and your notes, because as Mr. Noroc said, they confirmed the positions that we have approved back then when the notion of branch office was introduced. I also liked how you described permanent establishment like a tax fiction. I used to call it a tax regime or a presence, a tax regime, even if in our tax code it seems that it is characterized as a physical business place, but it's something else. It's not a place, a venue. It's a presence. So thank you for the idea about the practice of applying the transfer price methods in the relationships between parent company and the permanent establishment. I know that Veronica will not let me tell a lie, but I know that for many years this challenge of implementing transfer prices it has been a challenge for a long while, and I also participated in attempts to introduce this tool in the tax legislation of the Republic of Moldova, but it seems that we as a tax administration are lagging behind the international practice, even with regards to the tools that prove to be efficient, and there is a rich practice in applying them. So the only thing we can do is to take them all over. With your permission, I would like to refer to a problem which I believe should be addressed as part of our cooperation with the tax administration from Romania, is the confirmation of the residence of individuals. We have found that in the agreement to avoid the double taxation with Romania, when establishing the tax residence of individuals, we use as a guide the center of vital interests, but there is a provision in let us see if the person has the habitual residence in both states. So it happens that many citizens of the Republic of Moldova that also have the citizenship of Romania have a habitual residence in both countries. He or she shall be regarded the citizen of the country, the citizenship of which he or she has. And the next point says, if this person does not have the citizenship of neither of the countries, the competent authorities should solve the issue by common agreement. So in the relationship that are regulated by this agreement, so this agreement does not address the situation when we have to establish jointly the residence of individuals holding two citizenship of Moldova and of Romania. So I believe that we need to find a way to solve this, because we already have situations when so what would be a way of reaching a common agreement? Should we have a document issued with the consent of both countries or both administrations on the recognition of residence in one of the countries? So that's a topic that we believe that should be addressed, because we don't have experience in this area. Thank you. Thank you very much, Igor, for these comments and valuable insights. I believe that the existence of that point D, so usually in conventions, point D or E, by joint agreement by authorities. So everywhere we have such a formulation in agreements, it refers to double citizenship. So the idea is how to establish the residence if the person has two citizenship. Unfortunately, we do not have representatives of the Romanian tax authorities with us, but Lilia promised that next time we will invite them. We have a question from the audience. That's the only question, and I would like to read it. Dan offered to provide some clarifications, so we will try then to finish, after that, to finish today's session. I'm very sorry that we have allocated so little time. Now I realize that we would have needed a whole section for this topic. I thought that it would have been a narrowest topic and it would not generate too many questions, but so the question is the following. Non-resident has a real estate in Moldova, leases out to a local entity. The resident registers the permanent establishment. Should we calculate VAT in this relationship between the lessee and lessor? Question number one, how the real estate, how the non-resident obtained the real estate? Did it bought it with VAT or without? If it bought from the individual, then it was without VAT. But if they have a real estate in Moldova, what do? They lease it. So if yes, then they obtain leasing revenue. So it means that it has a permanent establishment, because as we said earlier, we should avoid non-loyal competition between a resident owning real estate and a non-resident. So in this situation, the non-resident that has a real estate generated income should generate a permanent establishment. So they have a clear presence, physical presence manifested by that building. Regarding VAT, that's a separate discussion whether VAT is applied or not on leasing revenue. It's a very interesting question. Well, we have to understand what type of building they have. what type of real estate, trade or commercial or residential, because the tax code of Moldova provides for some exemptions. At the same time, the threshold is 1,200,000 lei for registration. So if it's under the threshold, it seems that they should not pay VAT, but the one that is leasing, in this case, it's an import of services. But it's not an import because the service is local. Yes, but they pay to a non-resident for a service, and the place of provision is the Republic of Moldova. That's an issue that I believe should be discussed separately. I see it the following: until the person becomes a VAT payer, then the VAT should be paid by the lessee. Yes, with the VAT, the situation is complex, but I would not view this as an import of services because that's a procurement under the VAT threshold, similar to the procurement from entity registered in Moldova that did not exceed the threshold. So if they buy a service that takes place here and should be judged and treated using the national rules, it's not an import of services, only on the basis that the invoice is issued by a non-resident. So if you want to say something else, I promise that we'll continue these discussions. We have another topic that I want to address. It's about residence certificate. We will try to continue these discussions on the AmCham platform or government platform if you will be willing to provide such a platform for discussions. And when we organize the next e-TAXCON, we will allocate a separate session only for residence certificate. I would like to thank you very much for everyone who participated in this session. This was more than we have expected in terms of interest and time needed for discussions. We'll see you soon for the last session. It's last but not least. It's about VAT, harmonization, and challenges around this process. So we'll be waiting for you. And thanks a lot to everybody who participated in this session.
Pe partea de agenda a conferinței, ce va fi diferit față de ediția anului trecut?
În anul trecut, subiectele din agenda au avut un caracter mai general, cum ar fi impozitul pe venit, taxa pe valoare adăugată, accizele. Anul acesta, subiectele sunt targetate pe direcții concrete. Avem abordate aceleași impozite, dar dintr-un unghi mai specific, și anume aspecte specifice ce țin de remunerarea angajaților și impozitul pe venit aferent remunerării angajaților. Provocările cu care se confruntă Republica Moldova în procesul armonizării cadrului normativ al taxei pe valoare adăugată la cel al Uniunii Europene. Și un alt subiect nou din agenda din anul curent este legat de activitatea nerezidenților.
Doamna Veronica, care a fost argumentul care v-a determinat să organizați cele două ediții a e-TAXCON-ului?
Am decis să facem o a doua ediție a TAXCON-ului, deoarece reacțiile după prima ediție au fost cele care ne-au înaripat să mergem în acest exercițiu mai departe. După prima ediție am fost abordați de mai multă lume, atât din membrii noștri, cât și din cei care au participat din alte țări, care ne tot ziceau că ar fi bine să fie abordat un subiect sau altul în edițiile ulterioare. Zis și făcut, am zis că hai să avem o ediție ulterioară. Așa am ajuns să avem o a doua ediție a TAXCON-ului.
Secțiunea specială cu președinții comitetelor pe fiscalitate se referă la munca de la distanță și efectele ei fiscale. De ce ați optat pentru a discuta anume acest subiect?
Munca de la distanță a devenit o realitate în zilele noastre, fiind integrată în activitatea agenților economici din majoritatea ramurilor economiei naționale, într-o măsură mai mică sau mai mare. Anii 2020 și 2021 au fost ani în care am fost nevoit cu toții să ne adaptăm unui nou stil de viață, punând pe primul loc siguranța. Agenții economici au fost nevoiți să-și revadă procesele și sistemele interne pentru a garanta atât siguranța angajaților, cât și continuitatea afacerii. Implementarea acestui nou mod de lucru au generat o serie de provocări financiare și implicații fiscale. Au apărut o serie de cheltuieli noi, necesare, regimul fiscal al cărora urmează a fi concretizat. În cadrul conferinței, subiectul dat va fi abordat nu doar din prisma particularităților legislației locale, ci și din perspectiva țărilor Europei Centrale și de Est.
Din perspectiva dumneavoastră, care din blocurile de subiecte ce urmează a fi abordate sunt cele mai relevante pentru publicul conferinței? Mă refer la contabili, persoane interesate, directori financiari.
Toate subiectele abordate în cadrul conferinței reprezintă un interes sporit pentru comunitatea de afaceri. Pentru mine personal, pe primul loc stă subiectul impozitării persoanelor fizice. Veniturile salariale, veniturile pasive din străinătate, din Republica Moldova. Întotdeauna era important pentru terți. Regimuri speciale, tip care a fost implementat în Republica Moldova pentru domeniul IT, Moldova IT Park. Ce a fost rezolvat? Ce probleme nou s-au ridicat? Alte teme din acest subiect totul să fie interesante pentru a discuta. Vă așteptăm!
Pe partea de agenda a conferinței, ce va fi diferit față de ediția anului trecut?
În anul trecut, subiectele din agenda au avut un caracter mai general, cum ar fi impozitul pe venit, taxa pe valoare adăugată, accizele. Anul acesta, subiectele sunt targetate pe direcții concrete. Avem abordate aceleași impozite, dar dintr-un unghi mai specific, și anume aspecte specifice ce țin de remunerarea angajaților și impozitul pe venit aferent remunerării angajaților. Provocările cu care se confruntă Republica Moldova în procesul armonizării cadrului normativ al taxei pe valoare adăugată la cel al Uniunii Europene. Și un alt subiect nou din agenda din anul curent este legat de activitatea nerezidenților.
Doamna Veronica, care a fost argumentul care v-a determinat să organizați cele două ediții a e-TAXCON-ului?
Am decis să facem o a doua ediție a TAXCON-ului, deoarece reacțiile după prima ediție au fost cele care ne-au înaripat să mergem în acest exercițiu mai departe. După prima ediție am fost abordați de mai multă lume, atât din membrii noștri, cât și din cei care au participat din alte țări, care ne tot ziceau că ar fi bine să fie abordat un subiect sau altul în edițiile ulterioare. Zis și făcut, am zis că hai să avem o ediție ulterioară. Așa am ajuns să avem o a doua ediție a TAXCON-ului.
Secțiunea specială cu președinții comitetelor pe fiscalitate se referă la munca de la distanță și efectele ei fiscale. De ce ați optat pentru a discuta anume acest subiect?
Munca de la distanță a devenit o realitate în zilele noastre, fiind integrată în activitatea agenților economici din majoritatea ramurilor economiei naționale, într-o măsură mai mică sau mai mare. Anii 2020 și 2021 au fost ani în care am fost nevoit cu toții să ne adaptăm unui nou stil de viață, punând pe primul loc siguranța. Agenții economici au fost nevoiți să-și revadă procesele și sistemele interne pentru a garanta atât siguranța angajaților, cât și continuitatea afacerii. Implementarea acestui nou mod de lucru au generat o serie de provocări financiare și implicații fiscale. Au apărut o serie de cheltuieli noi, necesare, regimul fiscal al cărora urmează a fi concretizat. În cadrul conferinței, subiectul dat va fi abordat nu doar din prisma particularităților legislației locale, ci și din perspectiva țărilor Europei Centrale și de Est.
Din perspectiva dumneavoastră, care din blocurile de subiecte ce urmează a fi abordate sunt cele mai relevante pentru publicul conferinței? Mă refer la contabili, persoane interesate, directori financiari.
Toate subiectele abordate în cadrul conferinței reprezintă un interes sporit pentru comunitatea de afaceri. Pentru mine personal, pe primul loc stă subiectul impozitării persoanelor fizice. Veniturile salariale, veniturile pasive din străinătate, din Republica Moldova. Întotdeauna era important pentru toți. Regimuri speciale, tip care a fost implementat în Republica Moldova pentru domeniul IT, Moldova IT Park. Ce a fost rezolvat? Ce probleme nou s-au ridicat? Alte teme din acest subiect totul să fie interesante pentru a discuta. Vă așteptăm!
topic in terms of its potential for the development of the Moldovan market, in terms of investments from EU. All of these rules that are known by investors, it would be much easier to be understood and applied if the rules in Moldova are aligned to those from the EU. These topics will be discussed during this session together with Rosario de Blasio. You've met him yesterday at the opening session. Thank you for being with us now. Rosario is the EU high-level advisor on customs and tax policies with broad experience in with regards to the implementation in Moldova of EU directives. We also have with us Dorel Noroc. I don't think he needs to be presented again. Thank you for staying with us for this session as well. Also, David Smith is with us. He's the founder and president of Moldova Small Enterprise Alliance. He will present the business's perspective with regards to these rules. Mariana Vizoli, independent tax consultant Romania, is also with us. She has broad experience and deep knowledge regarding the Romania joining EU and all of the legal adjustments that had to be done in order to align the Romanian law to the European rules. Another special guest is Yuri Liki, Deputy Director of State Tax Service of the Republic of Moldova, again with broad experience in terms of the development of the Moldovan law and its implementation in practice. I will start by asking Rosario to tell us his opinion from his position of EU high-level advisor. So please tell us at what stage the Republic of Moldova is in terms of aligning its law to the EU rules.
Well, actually, yesterday in the opening session, I was touching those points, especially those areas. I mean, as I mentioned yesterday, not all directives has to be transposed here in Moldova. Not all. There are even optional provisions, but some of those are very important. And I mentioned yesterday there is still work to be done on notions, definitions like taxable person or supply rules for services and goods, VAT schemes for SMEs, and of course, as well, reducing revising exemption, deduction, and as well invoicing rules. That's what I mentioned yesterday. Today, actually, I will talk some recent EU update on VAT, which are very relevant for Moldova. And actually, I will focus on those updates which are relevant for Moldova, being actually an associate country of the EU, even though it is outside of the EU, but still is an associated country. So, and you will see later in my presentation, there are some points which are useful for Moldovan business, and then some utilities or facilities they can use actually. Okay, let me say briefly what's happened the last year in terms of VAT in the European Union. There have been a number of amendments to the main VAT directive 112/2006, but as well also to the directive 2009/132. Other amendments were also made due to pandemic time. We're not discussing about this, rather on exemptions, on right to deduction, and so on. Let's say those requirements were introduced actually include also payment services providers to keep basically a record of e-commerce payment, e-commerce cross-border payment, of course. And those information will be available to tax authorities under strict conditions, respecting data protection and so on. We are talking about, again, e-commerce cross-border payment. This will enter into force in 2024. Then, of course, have been also introduced simplified rules for SMEs. So basically, they will be able to qualify for simplified VAT compliance rules if they are under a certain threshold. Similarly, you have already in the tax code in Moldova, certain threshold established by the EU country concerned, but not more than a threshold, let's say, established overall for all of EU countries. I think it's around 100,000, 80,000, 85,000, something like that. And now we come to the subject, let's say, to the juice, if I can say like this, juice of the conversation. It is about new e-commerce rules in the European Union. Supposedly, well, it's simplifying actually the life for traders. We have already 2.5 months since the new rules enter into force. I'm talking actually 1st July 2021. So, new VAT rules for online shopping enter into force on 1st July. This was as part of efforts, to ensure actually a more level playing field for business, not only for EU business, but also for non-EU business. We will see later how this can happen. I mean, the last time the EU VAT system was updated was in 1993, when we lifted the barrier amongst the member states. And of course, has not kept pace with the development, especially in e-commerce. And even more during pandemic time, e-commerce has become a really boom, in the retail sectors, let's say like this. So it was a time to do some things. So who is concerned if you are talking about new rules entering 1st July 2021? Who is concerned about it? Everybody, actually. Everyone who is in the e-commerce chain is affected. So we are talking from online sellers, marketplace, both inside and outside of the EU, until the postal operators, couriers, customs, tax administration, and ultimately the consumer, of course. What is changing? I'm just making question, then we can, perhaps the presentation will be smooth. What is changing? Well, as I said before, I will mainly focus on online sales from outside the European Union, which is more relevant for Moldova. So a number of changes have been introduced to the way that VAT is charged on online sales. Whether the consumer is buying from traders within or outside the European Union. If you remember, under the previous scheme, good imported EU valuated less than 22 euros, basically were exempted from the VAT. As of 1st of July, this exemption was lifted, so whatever is entering the European Union, VAT is charged on it. With regard to exemption of 22 euros, I mean, study experience have actually shown that this exemption was being abused, through misdeclaring consignment of goods and so on, so on. Of course, for the sake of benefiting of the exemption, let's say. This issue, I would say, loophole allowed companies to undercut their EU competitors, but it also had the cost to EU treasuries, which was estimated 7 billion euros in a year in terms of fraud. We are talking overall the European Union. Yeah? Of course, leading to a bigger tax pressure for non-EU, for EU taxpayer actually, not for you. But in the same way, so the lift, the 22 euros exemption was basically repealed, and in the same way was introduced the import one-stop shop. And this is the point which I want to do today, which is actually for non-EU sellers as well, not only for EU sellers. What does it mean? Well, for consumers, this means a lot, because it means a lot of more transparency. So basically, they will buy from a non-EU seller or a platform registered in one-stop shop. They will buy goods, and VAT is already part on it. So this is transparent. So when they will see the price, they will see already the price, including the VAT, the rate for that member state. We all know there are different VAT rates in all 27 today member states, starting from Luxembourg, the minimum one, which is standard rate, I'm talking. The minimum standard rate, it's in Luxembourg, it is about 17% until the highest, if I'm not mistaken, this is Hungary, 27. I mean, so you can imagine where, the difference between, yeah? And we are talking standard rate. Of course, as you know, we all know here tax professionals, there are reduced rate, even super reduced rate, sometimes zero rate, yeah? Certain EU countries are applying this on books, but other EU countries, actually they are applying very high taxation, I mean, very high VAT rate. I'll give you an example. Ireland, zero on books, zero VAT, but Denmark 25% on the same book. So you see the difference on this. So that's why transparency. So they will see the price already. I mean, the price is already included VAT. So that means, no more call from customs or courier services like DHL. Sorry, but you have to pay additional the VAT, the goods coming here. No, the consumer is not bored with this anymore. Someone else will be bored. But I will tell you in the course of my presentation. Benefits are wide. I mentioned consumer will appreciate knowing when buying goods from abroad, I mean from outside the EU, the VAT rate is applied there. So, so basically the new VAT rate, the new VAT rules make sure that the VAT is paid where the consumption of goods takes place. You will see how it works. How does it work? The import one-stop shop is an electronic portal business can use, starting already as a registration since 1st April, but they can use as of 1st of July, we said already, to comply with the VAT e-commerce obligation when importing commercial goods from outside the European Union. I mentioned for 1st April, businesses are able to register in the portal of any EU member state. You don't need to register. I'm buying goods selling goods to Romania. In case I'm Moldova, I'm selling goods to Romania, I should register. No, we don't need. I mean, you can in any member states. What is very important for business outside the European Union, and we call, let's say, IOSS, which means import one-stop shop. So we call IOS intermediary. So an intermediary or a VAT intermediary, we need to be appointed. If you are talking a Moldovan seller, to the EU, and using the one-stop shop, let's say, facility, they need to appoint a VAT intermediary. Intermediary can only be a company established in the EU. He or she is acting on behalf of its client in order to perform all VAT payments to the tax authorities. And of course, as such, he or she is jointly liable to the EU tax authorities regarding the VAT obligation of its clients. The iOS registration is valid for all distance sales of goods, imported goods in the EU, worth up to 150 euros. I mean, why this limit? Because this is actually the limit up to the customs duties exempted. So basically, the goods are only charged on VAT. So if the customs duty is exempted, the custom does not need to bother with, trade policy or tariff policy on trade preferential agreement and so on. I mean, this is just about the VAT to be charged on goods up to 150 euros. Let's say, I have also to say, import one-stop shop is an optional scheme. It's not obligatory. I mean, if you want to use this facility, then there are some, let's say, conditions or provision of this scheme. Otherwise, you just follow the traditional way. So let's say the main principle of IOSS scheme, VAT must be collected by the seller at the point of sale. Must be collected according to the VAT rate in 27 member states. I mentioned before, we start from Luxembourg until, there are different schemes, different rates. Another point, new record keeping regulation were also introduced for using IOSS scheme. The company registered in Portal, they must keep record for 10 years and they must be available electronically. VAT must be paid to tax authority, not to customs authority, but all goods must be declared to customs. And I mentioned before, all non-EU company, they must appoint an VAT intermediary in the country, in one of the member states, not necessarily the one where you are trading with. And of course, all the intermediaries are liable to follow anti-money laundering legislation, regulation, and they need to verify their customer accordingly. Yeah, that's all, of course. So, if we have now a question, what you have learned so far? I mean, it didn't pass too much time. Yeah, we are talking 1st of July, but anyway, 2 months and a half passed. We cannot make a deep analysis about the impact, but we have already some information and we can have some initial thought all together, not only in this room, but also in the virtual room. I mean, we can make a real initial analysis. And this is what I've done searching in different areas, environments, rooms, virtual and non-virtual. Without any doubts, new VAT regulation, will have a positive impact in terms of transparency. We talked a lot about this, which is important. Consumer will prefer, if they have to choose, he or she will choose the electronic platform because for them, I don't bother anymore. I see there the price. This is actually the price which I pay is the same price which I would pay, of course, different value, but in terms of VAT, which I would pay, for instance, if I just go downstairs to my shop and go back. Of course, it might be cheaper because the value of itself of the goods can be cheaper. But the rate of VAT is the same, so they don't bother with that. Transparencies. And of course, this will create a level playing field. I mentioned before, I repeat myself, between EU companies and non-EU companies. Yeah? I mean, this is also important. And as well, more tax revenue from member states in the EU, if this is used only in the European Union. Nobody can exclude that this similar process can be already implemented in Moldova. I mean, today Moldova can already enjoy this instrument, but only as seller. But in the future, they can also choose to introduce what we have in the EU in Moldova. Actually, this is the good things and the main principle of association agreement. So if we are creating a common market, we should have similar processes, similar procedures. I mean, preferable single, but okay, at least similar. One aspect here deserves attention. So I'm going now to give you some tips because some Moldovan business can already think, well, maybe I want to really to use the IOSS portal. It's make easier. I will be also more competitive. If I think that my colleagues in Moldova, other companies, perhaps they do not have such, they do not use such facilities. So I might think to do that, and of course it will be more competitive. But we should also underline potential risks about this. This is what I want to tell you today. I would like to give you as much as information as possible, especially for business, I mean, yesterday I was talking about mainly approximation. Those was information for state institution mainly. But today I would like to give more, let's say, kind of hints, if I can say like this, for business. They will have to think, they will have at least possibility to think how to choose a VAT intermediary, or at least what not to choose as an VAT intermediary. And I really advise any company to check the service you are paying for. Better be safe than sorry tomorrow. I mean, you know, first and foremost, don't underestimate anti-money laundering regulations. There are several intermediaries in the market do not follow AML regulation at all. Unfortunately, the customers didn't know about these things. And one day it might happen, the intermediary will be fined or even shut down. And this, of course, will create issues, especially to the customer. There have also been reports, company falsely declaring themselves being VAT intermediary. They collected the fee, the VAT rate, whatever, but after some time they just disappear, basically leaving the customers with nothing behind. So we have always to verify. Because I was reading some reports, you know, after 2 months and a half, you have to know in the EU, VAT intermediary, they just grew up like a mushrooms after the rain. So there have been many of them. So this is why we have been, let's say, able to measure initial impact on this and to have some information. This might seem unrealistic, but there is the invention of some VAT intermediary, the invention of new average VAT rate EU-wide. It's not possible. I mentioned before, there are different VAT rates. If some VAT intermediary, oh, well, you have to give me 23%, because this is an average, you know, for all the member states. It's not true. It's unrealistic. And if this happens, the tax authority will recognize sooner than later. Because as I mentioned before, if you are connected, you do transaction through IOSS, this is all electronic, and tax authorities as well customs. They have information on all the process. Again, a reminder, the VAT rate differs amongst the EU member states. So it is incorrect. Well, we have no, that's not correct. And of course, how to calculate the VAT, because you Moldovan seller, when you post your price on your electronic platform, whatever, as I mentioned before, you should indicate the price, including the VAT. But how you calculate the VAT? Well, I'm sure many of you knows very well. I mean, amongst tax professionals. But let me repeat, it doesn't cost much time on that. Yeah, you know, besides applying the correct rate, you must also, first you should know what is the VAT rate on that member state where the goods will be consumed. But you should also, I mean, the VAT, as you know, is charged at the very end, and you should also consider in the calculation, besides the value of the product, transportation costs, insurance, and so on and so on. So the basic rule to keep in mind, you need to include all the costs before the customs tax assessment is made. So until that point, so the product, transportation, insurance, until destination, the VAT is applied there on those costs. That's what the non-EU seller should know in this case, if you are talking about Moldova. You have always to ask the VAT intermediary how is calculated the VAT. Not everybody. I mean, if you can understand already if it's really a VAT intermediary or it's just one who wants just to collect your money. And it's not everybody knows about this thing, but professional, of course, they know. I mean, what we also learned, the general understanding, usually such type of consignment up to 150 euros, where the only VAT is charged, usually the customs authority do not charge mass, do not charge, sorry, I want to say do not check like other consignment check. They just go all of them on green corridor. Although in some countries, actually, they've been checking at least if those goods generally correspond more or less under 50 euros. Yeah. Well, there are a number tax fraud behind this. For instance, in some countries, member states, they have out-to-date system, old-fashioned system. There are some VAT intermediaries that took advantage of this. For instance, they collect the right VAT from the non-use seller, and then they pay the tax authority a different rate or part of it, and they take some time before they will be identified. So this is another, let's say, if I can say, fraud, which was actually, well, I think I have to stop here. Hopefully I gave some points, some hints. Business who wants actually who is thinking to undertake such, let's say, I would say, trade facilitation instrument. So I thank you, Dan.
Mulțumim mult, Rosario. Cred că toată această descriere pe care...
Thank you very much, Rosario. And I think this entire description of that Rosario made of the import one-stop shop structure is related to yesterday's discussion we had about challenges of digitalization and e-commerce, because as we said yesterday, moving payments to online solves part of the issues, meaning that avoiding fraud in usual commerce in the classic pay that we all know, but it gives birth to new issues in the development of online trade that we have seen recently, and it was accelerated very much by the pandemic. So before, the risk was that the transaction wouldn't be declared as a result of the fact that the payment was made in cash and then VAT was not collected. But now in an economy where payments are moving to online, to digital, we think we got rid of that problem. I mean, in relation to the classic retail company transaction with the shop that is located in a specific country, meaning that we have a much clearer money trail to identify the transaction and see if the VAT was collected and paid. Another challenge, though, is that in online commerce, we are not talking only about retailers who are located physically in that country within those boundaries, but we are rather discussing about traders who are located in a different area. And I mean, like AliExpress, I know that it is very known in Moldova as well, similarly to Romania and other EU countries, Amazon and other sites that are some transactioning platforms with a lot of suppliers behind them. They provide intermediary services, and of course the prices on these platforms are lower and more attractive to the client, for the customers than in retail trade. So they don't have all of the related expenses. That's why they have lower prices and the clients are more tempted to buy those. Also the transportation delivery costs for receiving the goods right at home are all of that is very developed. So in these situations, by the way, speaking of the need to adapt the legislation to the economic reality, led the European Union to regulate this kind of trade, because as Rosario was saying, the fraud identified from transactioning on platform goods that were placed on the European market, which is a huge market, it led to a fraud, finding a fraud of around 7 billion euros per year. That's why it was necessary to regulate these things and find the legislation, and by declaring that when the goods were under the declared value, budget was losing money. So in reality, well, they were in e-commerce, but the budget was losing money. So this tool, IOSS, that EU implemented for consumers to ease their experience, but also to guarantee their own budget revenues. So I think that this is something that Moldova should also look at, because e-commerce, and by the way, yesterday's presentation about increasing the number of transactions, things are going towards the same direction. And I think that it is necessary to keep an eye on this, to see what's the magnitude of that and what are we losing, because maybe it's not that big right now, maybe it's not stringent right now to do this, but at 7 billion level, 7 billion euros level, the EU had to do something because the amounts were way too large. So I think that this perspective, this point of view that Rosario presented from the business perspective, meaning what opportunities a Moldovan company could have for such a mechanism should be viewed from the other point of view as well, from the authorities' point of view, thinking of what models could be implemented in Moldova in order to stop this potential fraud that is taking place in this online e-commerce. Thank you, Rosario, for your presentation. Mr. Dorel Noroc, how do you see them from the perspective of a ministry as a lawmaking body? Have been issues taken into account from the perspective of harmonizing with EU legislation? Is this import one-stop shop mechanism one that could be prioritized, or is it part of a broader set of measures that are considered for harmonization of the Moldovan legislation with the VAT directive? Thank you, Dan. Very well pointed out. Rosario said that the impact of that 22 euros threshold, 7 billion euros not lay. I mean, 22 euros and 7 billion euro. That's the impact. And besides that negative impact, I'm sure that Europeans thought very well that this mechanism also created unfair competition to the ones that, yes, jobs were lost and things, and taxes. So this comparison, 22 euros, and we have, in Moldova, it's currently 200 euros. Let's try to imagine what happens in Moldova. Well, it is obvious that we need to follow the same trend as the EU and to lower this threshold. The first step was done in 2019 when it was lowered from 430 on airway and 300 to road down to 200 euros. Inevitably, this threshold will be lowered over time, and the Ministry of Finance actually had a suggestion to decrease this threshold. It wasn't accepted successfully at that stage, but I hope we'll be back to that. Moreover, it is worth analyzing the concept suggested by the EU, so that not the beneficiary of a parcel would have bureaucratic interaction with the customs service, but the economic operators who make those deliveries should be responsible for making sure that payments to the budget are made. We already have some successful experience on importing services. When a foreign company provides a service to an individual, starting with 1st of May 2020, the non-resident economic operator is obliged to register in Moldova on a platform of a state tax service, which is very simple. It is done remotely, and quarterly they have to pay the VAT. Why am I saying it is a successful practice? Because we put on equal terms the providers of these services, like advertising or something, with non-residents. Secondly, by means of this service, we managed to collect to the budget, and I think this will happen this year as well. We'll reach the amount of 100 million lei collected to the budget, which we can use and make public expenditure, investment, or supporting other state programs. The next step that we need to make is related to what Rosario mentioned. A first challenge I would include in our list, and it's indirectly proportional to this challenge. In EU, also changes are made as a result of developments in the economic structure, in the economic processes. So that's why we always need to keep pace with all these changes and adapt them in our legislation as well. The second challenge, a bigger one, is our ability of public authorities, and I mean even in terms of human resources, knowledge, but also capacity of a business community to adapt to the new changes. We need to highlight that. I know from other presentations, for instance, in Romania, separate subdivisions were created to ensure the harmonization process and see how it impacts the business community. And then the third challenge that I think is most difficult and concept level challenge is restructuring VAT. And I mean here, particularly two components. The first one, exemptions, together with VAT rates that need to be harmonized to the EU directive, and transition to the second component, to the VAT refund. The development of the Moldovan legislation in the tax field was a bit different than what happened in the EU, when instead of refunding the VAT, it was decided to give any sort of exemptions for the input that we have. To make it clear, to give an example, when an equipment is purchased, they introduced an exemption in order not to, for the economic operator, not to take liquidity out of the economic operator. If you buy equipment, you put it as part of your share capital and you keep it for 3 years, you won't pay VAT related to the purchase of this equipment. While the EU practice and the concept is that the VAT is paid, and in case of VAT related, if VAT for purchases is higher than VAT for deliveries, then you get the difference refund. So the concept needs to be changed gradually, and we need to see how it would affect the budget and the businesses. This is the biggest challenge, and this amount of VAT that we have not refunded, it reaches 7 billion lei. It is a big amount for the budget. And a significant aspect here is that we need to have that this 7 billion lei formed honestly, correctly by the taxpayers, that all these deduction or carrying forward of VAT resulted from legal purchases and legal sales. Because not far ago, we had the situation when companies with had turnovers of 10 billion, but with 2 employees. To such companies, we can't refund VAT. This would mean a fraud. And since the EU also faces big difficulties on VAT fraud, that's why we need to learn about it. In my opinion, we made a very important step last year during the pandemic, when we established the VAT refund program. It was established for a certain period of time, for the year of 2020, where we refunded the VAT, but gradually, to the extent of the salary tax that was paid. In my opinion, this is quite a good mechanism for 2 reasons. First of all, we refund gradually, which means that the budget is sustainable. Secondly, we refund, first of all, to the ones who are working legally, who pay salaries legally, who pay taxes on salaries legally. We encourage the economic operators, and we show them that the ones who are compliant will benefit of this support. That's why I think this mechanism needs to be studied carefully and implemented in the medium or long term. Challenges related to rates and exemptions. We have many exemptions that we need to see how can we change them into VAT refund principle. Speaking of VAT rates, we have 0 rates not only for export. There are certain products for which the 0 rate is applied, for which the EU has a lower rate. So we need to see how do we make this change in a way that would not affect the population, because we need to admit that in terms of population welfare, the Republic of Moldova is different from EU, and we need to make sure that these changes will not have a significant impact on the population of Moldova. These are the most important challenges, and during this adjustment period, there will be some small adjustments as well, because conceptually speaking about VAT is exactly as it is at EU level. Of course, there are many suggestions that will benefit the business community, because in the EU, the regime is much easier than in Moldova. That's why we need to to go together through this harmonization process. Thank you very much, Mr. Noroc. Indeed, this issue of VAT carried forward and refund is a fundamental issue when it comes to the functioning of a VAT mechanism, and one of the main principles of a VAT, according to a VAT directive, is neutrality, and so should not bear this income VAT because it's not the concept. And we will talk about this with Mariana Visoli, and we said Mariana has a great experience in the development of VAT in Romania and its adoption in the EU, all of that in relation to potential risks coming from the refund process. Because in Romania, we also had loads of situations about fraud where VAT refund claims were made which were not deductible normally. So Mariana, what can you tell us from this point of view? You know very well the mechanism in Moldova, in Romania. So how do you think that things are? How do you see the VAT process that is not VAT actually? It's deductible but not recoverable. So what do you think? First of all, good afternoon to everyone. It's good to meet you again at the e-TAXCON-21 organized by AmCham Moldova. It's the second edition I'm part of, and I highly appreciate the initiative of the organizers. And if the Republic of Moldova prepares to accede to the EU thanks to these intense information programs, thanks to the on legislation of the EU, will have a much easier task on adapting your legislation to the one existing in the EU. As Dan was saying, my topic today is about the right to deduct VAT in Romania, in the EU, and the issues that Mr. Noroc raised with relation to this topic in the Republic of Moldova. Starting with the importance of the right to deduct, I would like to highlight, first of all, the importance of the right to deduct, as it was mentioned by the European Court of Justice, among other things. I'd like to say that all member states of the European Union need to obey the decisions issued by the European Court of Justice, because this forum is the only one that is able to interpret the law of the European Union. And when we say the law of the EU, we mean directives, regulations. So as you can see on this slide, I tried to pick up from the case law of the court to pick the main principle. First of all, the court says that the right of a taxable person, I think you call it a taxable subject, but the right of a taxable person to deduct the VAT they owe or paid for the procurement of goods or services that they receive is a fundamental principle of a common VAT system. So the VAT system relies on the right to deduct. And I listed some of the decisions of the European Court of Justice that highlight this fundamental principle. The right to deduct is an integral part of the VAT mechanism, and the European Court of Justice says that it cannot be hampered in principle. Why do we say in principle? Because we'll see later on that the court says that in case of fraud or abuse, the tax authority can limit the deduction. Again, a principle that's very important of the right to deduct is that it is carried out immediately. for a totality of applied taxes of operations that were carried out. So you don't need to wait to carry out the economic activity that you plan to, but from the moment you made the first expense, actually the European Court of Justice says that an economic activity is born in the moment when you make the first expenses for the development of a business. From that moment on, you have the right to deduct without waiting to carry out the economic activity, because you first invest and then you carry out your economic activity. Also, the European Court of Justice highlights that the deduction regime is taking off of an entity that the task of VAT that they owe or paid in its economic activities, and this way they ensure the neutrality of all economic activities regardless of the purpose and result of that activity, given that that activity is subject to VAT, so that they would have operations that are taxed with VAT or exempt for VAT.
De asemenea, așa cum am menționat, ați văzut.
Also, as I have mentioned before, you've seen that one of the main principles of deduction is that it's a fundamental principle. It cannot be a limited principle. Nevertheless, when taking into account objective elements, this right of deduction is misused, then this right of deduction should be limited, because the court says that combating fraud and evasion and eventual abuses is an objective that is recognized and encouraged by the VAT directive. There are many decisions of the European Court of Justice regarding fraud and abuses. So it would be good for you to know them as well, because they can give you some precious hints and insights when you have to identify cases of abuses and tax fraud, even if you are not members of the EU. Thanks to these principles of the right of deduction, this is not a cumulative tax like the tax on the movement of goods in Romania before 1993. It ensures a non-discriminatory treatment, is an important driver of encouraging investments. In Romania, VAT was implemented in 1993, on the date when the EU moved to intra-community transactions and dismantling of borders between member states. From the very beginning in Romania, we had the correct mechanisms for VAT deduction, with some exceptions, because in 1993, like on the date of joining EU in 2007, Romania benefited from some EU programs to transpose in the national law the provisions of the VAT directive. Of course, in 1993, when the VAT was implemented in Romania, because Romania was not a member state, the VAT directive was not transposed fully, whereas with regards to the right of deduction, the mechanisms, the correct mechanisms were in place. The economic operator who had transactions with the right of deduction had the possibility to deduce VAT from the invoices to suppliers could do the self-compensation that is done by the business operator, by the economic operator, without the intervention of the tax authorities. So when there was excess of VAT, meaning a negative amount of VAT that could have been reimbursed, the economic operator had the possibility to request the compensation with other taxes or the refunding being a non-discriminatory measure, meaning any economic operator that was in such a situation, having an excess VAT, regardless of the area of work, could request a compensation or refunding of the VAT. We had an exception before adherence to EU that was against the VAT directive. For a long period of time, the VAT refunding was conditioned on the VAT in the invoices paid to suppliers. But at a certain point of time, this measure that was against the provisions of the directive resulted in blockages, and the measure was removed before Romania joined EU. The mechanism of VAT refunding has evolved significantly in Romania. For example, until January 31st, 2021, due to the pandemic, a number of measures were taken for the refunding to be done without any inspections, with some exceptions, obviously. The inspection can be done later in order not to block the activity of the economic operator. Even before the pandemic, there were some mechanisms to refund VAT without an inspection, depending on compliance with some risk criteria. The transactions that generate frequently VAT refunding are investments in taxable transactions, experts and delivery, intra-community deliveries and other transactions free of VAT, services, transactions that are subjected to a lower VAT rate, because in Romania the standard rate is 19%. And we have two lower rates, 9% and 5%, but the transactions subjected to lower rates are taxable, and they generate the right of deduction for the taxes owed. To give you an example, the delivery of dwellings as part of the social policies, we have such a low rate of 5% applicable in certain conditions for the delivery of housing as part of the social policies. So usually investors in this area need to have their VAT refunded, because all of the construction materials and construction services are subjected to the standard VAT rate 19%. So the inputs are with 19%, whereas the sales are taxed at 5%. So as a result of this, they apply for VAT refunding. Regarding VAT in the Republic of Moldova, though in theory there is a right of deduction, only certain economic operators can benefit of an effective refunding from the budget. As far as I understood, it's only exporters, international transport operators, the economic operators who cannot request VAT refunding accumulated on the account. So this measure transforms VAT in Moldova in a mechanism that hinders economic development, because the VAT system is not incentivizing. The VAT system should release economic operators from this burden. As underlined by the European Justice Court, the right of deduction is one of the main pillars of this tax. So if you have a right of deduction that complies with the principles stated in the VAT directive, meaning to have the right to refunding for any economic operator, only then you have a healthy VAT system. My recommendations are the following. I've seen last year, Mr. Norok said that you had some attempts to refund. So indeed, it is necessary to implement the possibility of refunding the excess VAT starting with a certain date for the current excess, but for the surplus accumulated over the year, to analyze a period for which a refunding of VAT that is accumulated, I don't know, over the past 6 or 10 years, in line with the possibility of tax authority to conduct inspections of prior periods, and also correlated with the limitation period. Also, it is necessary to analyze the impact of this VAT refunding, both current and historic, on the state budget. But of course, it should be correlated with the positive impact on the business environment of these refundings of VAT. Also, it is necessary to analyze the period when to conduct the VAT refunding. For example, to avoid a too high impact on the state budget, to somehow schedule the refunding of the accumulated VAT for a 3 or longer periods of time, of course, depending on the value of the accumulated VAT. So if the Republic of Moldova joins the European Union, it will be obliged to take these measures. But I am sure that if you want to make your business environment healthier, you will take measures much earlier in this regard. Having said that, I finished my presentation. Yes, indeed, very correct recommendations. Obviously, this is a fundamental issue that needs to be settled in order to develop the Moldovan law and align it to the European Union. So I would like to ask my colleagues in the panel, what is your opinion about these recommendations? Do you see some other solutions maybe? Because in Romania, we also have this idea that VAT, once received by the state, belongs to the state. Whereas if we are to analyze the practice from the Western world, they have this concept that the VAT that is paid to the state is a loan given by businesses to the state. So and of course, this philosophy can be applied when there is a mechanism of VAT refunding. Because in Romania, we have this perception that the authorities are trying to find reasons not to refund VAT. On the basis of discussions with colleagues in other countries, we can see that the automated VAT refunding mechanism is very easy. So it is very clear that this is the right of business operators to get the VAT back, and if the authorities find some misuse or fraud, to intervene only then. So what is your opinion in this regard? Can we find a solution? Of course, we cannot implement it overnight, but we need to make some steps in order to come to the solution eventually. Or maybe we could have some mechanisms that could function in parallel. Let me try to speak Romanian, because we are at the end of the conference. Some EU countries have developed some tools to facilitate VAT refunding. Well, not refunding, it's better to say compensation. What I mean by that, the large exporters that have frequent transactions, export transactions, they accumulate a large VAT. So some EU countries have invented various mechanisms. I'm just telling you briefly one mechanism, a kind of automated refunding or automated compensation. What does it mean? You export accumulate VAT, and then the bureaucratic commission is set up. Everything starts with an application from the exporter, then the export statements are checked, and so on and so forth. And if I'm not mistaken, the whole process can last up to 45 or 45 days. For example, in Italy, large exporters above a certain threshold, when they import, have the possibility to embed directly. Even in the customs statement, they can compensate the VAT to be paid with the one in the credit. And this is done automatically by a software. For example, in Moldova, we have a Asicuta World customs software. Well, I don't want to promote a certain software. The name does not matter. It's an information system. So when a business operator who meets certain criteria makes an export, the automation, the information system creates a virtual account, and when they make an import, they do the checking and compensate. And in the end, they only pay the custom duties or excess taxes, but the VAT is compensated. Of course, this can't be done forever. You can imagine, in this case, the state budget will be depleted. Of course, you can do this up to a VAT threshold. The turnover of exporters is also up to a threshold. So, for you to understand if you can use this mechanism, and there is another threshold for the automated compensation. It can't be done forever. So it works very well. It facilitates the work of the tax service. Of course, the tax service does not totally forget about this transaction. They do audits and risk-based inspections. There are some criteria to be, and also it's important for the transaction to be frequent. Thank you very much, Rosario. Indeed, that's a mechanism. Mr. Noroc, what is your opinion? Of course, such a software can, or a solution can be applied by various methods. Another method, for example, in Romania, it's an inverse taxation. Sometimes it has the role to avoid the fraud and invasion in such high-risk categories, such in the area of electronic transactions or serials or transactions with land or large buildings where the amounts are big. So I think we have to think from different point of views and redesigned. Yes, I agree. The recommendations are very good. We have to analyze them and to see to what extent we can implement them. This VAT accumulation it does not benefit anyone, neither the economic operators nor the budget, because that's a kind of bag with debts for the state budget. And the more time passes, the more debts are accumulated. And this is not beneficial for business operators either, because a part of money is somehow frozen and they cannot use it to develop their businesses. That's why we need to find a solution of automated VAT refunding. Until then, these recommendations that were made by our colleagues are very good. I just want to add that we have included several additional regulations that allow VAT refunding, which in my opinion are quite good, besides what we've done last year. By the way, we refunded 350 million lei to VAT refunding for capital investments. For example, if you make capital investments, the VAT will be refunded. Last year, we did this not only for the procurement of capital investments, but also for capital repairs. Again, the VAT can be refunded, and we have to analyze what other mechanisms could be implemented. You were very right when mentioning the cereals and the reverse taxation. It's a very important topic. Farmers that are paying 8% now, they do not benefit of VAT refunding and they accumulate money. So besides withdrawing money from this area, we make them less competitive compared to importers, because importers pay only 8%. So when we make this refunding, we need to make sure that the VAT reaches the budget, and we have to make sure that the business operator accumulated real VAT, meaning that the sales were not fake. So VAT reverse taxation is broadly implemented in EU, including in agriculture. So we have to think about this tool. So during the debates, we have generated some useful ideas. So let's continue with another discussion about the documents, VAT documents. So now I would like to invite David Smith, the founder and president of Moldova Small Enterprise Alliance. He'll present the perspective of Moldovan businesses regarding the tax documents or documents requested to benefit of VAT refunding, what we could improve in this regard so that things become easier.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for having me here. I'll start by quickly introducing myself. My name is David Smith. I'm from the US. I'm an American who's lived here over 9 years. And I own a small business called Smokehouse Restaurant, as well as a couple others. I founded the Moldovan Small Enterprise Alliance to look at systemic problems causing disadvantages and corruption problems within the small business sector, and to advocate for change on that front. So it's worth saying up front, I am a business owner, I'm a practitioner, I am not an accountant, and I have, I think, a really important reform to discuss today. But while I introduce these technical issues of fiscal invoicing and different primary documents, I usually have to tell the room that sometimes really impactful reforms are rather unsexy. We're talking about documents and numbering and simple things, but they can have a huge impact on the way the economy is. Now, in this room, I'm pretty sure everybody does find these topics interesting since you're at TAXCON. But either way, allow me to get into a bit of a complicated but important issue here. So for the rest of the panel today, we've been discussing a lot about basically harmonizing VAT issues between Moldova and the EU as part of the association agreement, as part of Moldova's trade and competitiveness. But what I want to talk about is harmonizing Moldova's VAT practices with the EU for the internal market. So we're not talking about import and export so much, we're talking about how business is done in Moldova. And the fact of the matter is, and the very simple fact, is it's much harder to spend money in Moldova as a company than it is in most other countries in the world. It is harder than in Germany, it is harder than in France, in the UK, Canada, the US. And that is because of the different mechanisms used to track and conform to the VAT rules between companies. So in addition to talking about the problem, which I'll get into in a moment, I want to talk about how it creates issues of non-compliance. And issues of non-compliance, they don't just mean problems of taxation, problems where people aren't paying their taxes or aren't reporting their income, but they create problems of corruption, opportunities for bribes, and opportunities for people to be working off the books. And finally, today I'll go into a bit what we can fix about this. Our association's proposed a fairly comprehensive reform package on fiscal invoicing that I'll talk about at the end. So very briefly, to introduce the topic, in Moldova, we have something called a factura fiscal. And the factura fiscal on face value seems much like an invoice that you would have between two companies in another country. But it differs in a couple important ways that are fairly unique to the market here. First of all, by and large, factura fiscals are controlled paper documents. Now there is an e-factura system I'll get to a little bit later, but by and large, most trade done in Moldova is done on paper on a document confirming the selling company, its important details, tax identification information, and the buying company, its important details, tax identification, and is signed and stamped by senior officers of both companies. So what that means is that any transaction in Moldova between two companies must involve an exchange of factura fiscals that designates a two-way sale, who sold and who bought. Now, in parallel to that, we have a different system in Moldova, the bon fiscal. When you go to the supermarket and you buy a kilogram of tomatoes, you get a bon fiscal. Now, this document tells you who sold, number one, Linella, whoever sold the tomatoes, how much taxes were paid, but it doesn't care who bought it. The person walks in, they buy the tomatoes, and they go home. So what we've got is basically two parallel systems. And I'll explain why this is a problem. Kind of doing a case example for small companies here right now. So let's imagine for my company, I need to go buy a couple packs of light bulbs at the hardware store with building materials, whatever. When I go there, if I went there as an individual person, I would get the light bulbs, walk to the cash register, pay, get a bon fiscal, and leave. But as a company, I need to go find the product, find the department head who manages that part of the store, print out a pre-check just for that department. So if I'm filling up a basket, I've got to get maybe 20 of these. Got to get all those people. I take that to an accountant in an office filled with accountants. That accountant scans and processes my checks, gets my company information, gets my personal information, creates a factura fiscal. Well, first a payment thing, then I have to go to a special cash register, totally independent of the one that everybody else goes to when they walk into the store as a persona physica, pay there, get a thing, go back, get my documents and leave. Now, I've personally done this for a 7-lei light bulb. This is 30 minutes of time and more than 7 lei worth of paper for a light bulb. I think my favorite, the news outlet Diaz, actually managed to get a factura fiscal for 2 ban because it is required for every transaction, no matter how large or small. So let's talk about why this is a problem. Wasted time, obviously wasted time is a problem. In any economy, any business person will tell you time is money. If you have a system that drains time from businesses, and this is business owners, keep in mind, the documents have to be signed by accountants, business owners, somebody with a power of attorney to talk for them. but this drains time from senior decision makers all the time. Across the economy, that adds up. Second, this drains huge resources from the large, medium and large companies. The hardware store I mentioned has an entire room filled with accountants all day just doing B2B sales. That means they have two entirely distinct sales teams, a business to customer sales team and a business to business team. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of processes. That's a lot of resources. Second, small businesses, which I'm here to represent, are cut out of this process. If I wanted to go buy the light bulb at a small shop next door, they cannot afford to have an accountant working all day, every day. It's just not possible. So if they will even bother to do business B2B, they're going to have to tell me all that process we just talked about. Yeah, we're going to do it, but come back next Monday when my accountant works, and then I can give you a receipt. So now I've got to go to the same store twice. What's that mean? People shop at big business. People shop at the larger companies. People go to Metro versus buy from their local supplier and the local company. This locks out small companies from B2B sales. This is much worse outside of Chisinau, by the way, where you don't have some of these large companies. And then we get to the point of uncompliance. Simply put, a lot of companies just don't mess with facturas. They spend cash. They spend cash that's not accounted for. And I want to make it really clear, this is not tax evasion. This is the opposite of tax evasion. They're paying the taxes, but they're not able to deduct the taxes as a VAT deduction on their operations. So we have non-compliance that is quite literally working for no one. Now, at the core here, and we're going to go through some more examples because it gets weirder, but at the core here, what we need to look at is the example of how you would do this somewhere else. If you're a business in Canada, UK, Germany, you want to go buy a light bulb, you buy your light bulb, you get a bon fiscal, you give it to your accountant. There's no two processes. We have one process. If you're spending cash or swiping a card, even more ideal, in the moment, you have a conforming document that proves VAT payment is done. So we'll talk about that a bit more in the solutions. To drive home a little bit more what the problem is, I talked about the business owner who needs to buy the light bulb. We'll take another example because the factura system, it's old. It's evolved a lot over time and companies implement it quite differently now. But one element of it that still sits around, at least for most companies, is something called transit factura. And that's that this is, again, not an invoice. It's not like you'd find in another country that simply shows a business relationship, either a payment or an intention to pay or a contractual obligation to pay. The factura shows actually the movement of goods from one warehouse to another. So I'll give you an example. Some time ago, I had to go to the store. I need to buy a piece of metal pipe. Metal pipe, we're doing something decorative at my restaurant. I have no idea why I was buying it, but it was fairly expensive. I bought it, brought it back, got home, back to the business, and I realized instead of 10-centimeter pipe, I bought 8-centimeter pipe. So I got my documents, I went back to the store and tried to return it. They said, no, you can't, because this pipe has now legally moved from our store to your business. You must create a new factura transiting it back to our business. Now, keep in mind, if I had bought this in cash as a persona physica, as a normal person, I'd just bring my receipt back and switch my piece of pipe. I'd return a product easily. So we have an entirely new level of difficulty on companies that doesn't exist, again, in many other countries, and it does not exist for normal people. Finally, I'll give you one more example, but one that's pretty important for talking about Moldova. This is a really big problem in the agriculture sector. If you're shipping a crate of potatoes from Soroka to Chisinau, your factura says it's red potatoes, and the receiver gets in and says, oh, it's white potatoes. How do you fix that? Somebody's got to drive back and get a new one. That happens all the time. You can literally see this in delivery trucks, marshutkas even, rotieros. They've got stacks of all these papers moving around because you can't send them by post. So you've got this unofficial crazy transit system of moving these papers all around the country so that they may be dutifully stamped and signed by everyone, even though it's not required to stamp them now for at least 4 years, but that law didn't have any impact. So what does this mean? This means that we have a lot of small business, including small farmers, have a huge amount of time, trouble and time complying with these regulations. They may not have an accountant on hand all the time to do this. They may not have the wherewithal and the time to constantly move and return papers that move around the country. Now, practical example of this, I was speaking to a large food production business last year, large company, make different frozen foods. And we described this reform. And the director said, this will completely change my business. Why? Because she could not buy onions with papers in her part of Moldova. Nobody has the time, effort, and basically insanity to do all of this stuff to sell onions. So they have to make purchases in cash. Now, they don't want to. The cash comes with a bon fiscal. Taxes are paid, but you can't legally account it. So this is where we come to our basic, broader problem of compliance. There are a lot of reasons in Moldova that companies are not tax compliant. There are salaries and envelope problems. There are people who avoid paying their VAT at their fiscal registers to pocket some money. But this is a unique area where companies have to be not compliant. Nobody can afford 30 minutes of accounting to go run and buy a light bulb. And every company in the world is going to need to go get something fast sometime. Now, you can pay it out of your own pocket as a business owner. Some people do that. Other people find gray area workarounds of creating a way to spend this cash. But a lot of companies also just have to produce cash. If this is a big part of your business and you can't get compliant documents, you need cash. How do you produce cash? Various ways, non-legal. You don't fiscalize some checks. My restaurant industry, that's a very big problem. The percent of checks fiscalized, maybe 30, 40%. The rest is basically pocketed. So you create cash. Now you've created cash, you've created a culture in your company of non-compliance and legal jeopardy. Now, what do you have then? Well, you can't stand up to a control. You can't stand up to an inspection. So what happens when the inspector comes? Unfortunately, a lot of times you pay them bribes. And in order to pay a bribe, what do you need? Cash. So we have an unvirtuous circle here. We have an unvirtuous circle that creates and feeds itself. And by design, it's supposed to do quite the opposite. These forms are very strict because they're designed to make everybody be compliant. But the fact of the matter is that's not how it works. It's absolutely not how it works. Moldova doesn't need to look far for solutions. We don't need to look very far abroad. We don't need to look to my home, to the US. We could look to Germany. I spoke this morning with a restaurant owner in Germany, asked how it works when he goes to the store, buys whatever it is, crate of water, some tomatoes, whatever, gets a bon fiscal, and he gives it to his accountant. Done. Now, Germany is a pretty bureaucratic country. I don't know if anybody knows that, but there's a lot of paperwork in that country. But if it's good enough there, works in Austria, works in the UK, works in Canada. I mean, this is a really important thing. Moldova is doing something fairly unique by having this extra burden relationship on every transaction. And this is very important. I'm not proposing the elimination of factors or invoices. What we're talking about is point of sale purchases, where you pay cash or you swipe a business card and you get some goods. Moldovan law already has restriction on how much cash can be used in a single transaction between two companies or within a month from companies. So cash has some limits. Cards, I think, should be encouraged a little bit more, actually. But this doesn't create additional non-compliance. You know, when you want to know how much VAT was paid, how much the deductions are, these are the same documents other countries use. So our proposed solutions are pretty easy. I'll try to wrap it up because I've been going for a little while. Pardon me for that. We need to basically eliminate this requirement for two-way facturas on every transaction. If you have transactions that are done in cash or by card and you receive a bon fiscal, this needs to be considered a primary document, as it is in many countries, most countries, I'm sorry, around the world. This is a primary document, will allow a seller not to differentiate who they're selling to, persona physica, persona juridica. They just sell goods. That will simplify the process of the seller, it will simplify the process of the buyer, and it will simplify vastly the process of changing and editing and fixing transactions along the way. Second, we need to simplify invoices, or facturas as they stand. The EU has a really interesting roadmap for their digital invoice, e-invoices. it differs quite a bit from Moldova's e-factura, but that doesn't mean that e-factura is a problem. But invoices need to be simple enough that when you do ship a crate of potatoes from Soroka to Chisinau, rather than have to send a signed and stamped paper back and forth, you can send it by email, like you do just about everywhere else. You could scan it and send it. You could send a machine readable copy that both computers can hook up to. There are a lot of really important and fairly simple changes that will improve vastly the experience of doing business in Moldova. And as always, because it feels like you have to say it, it is very important to eliminate the requirement for stamps on facturas. It has not been required for 4 years. You cannot get a factura from a government agency without you putting a stamp on it. So nobody follows the law. And that law does need to be supported in addition to what it is. So to wrap up, my point here talking to you all, and I again thank you so much for inviting me here today to TaxCon. But I want to talk about kind of the simple thing that nobody talks about. And it's, how do you spend money? You got to make it easier for companies to spend money between each other, because if it's not easy, they will still spend the money. They simply won't record it officially. And that's the problem we have to face with this. So our association has a reform on this. You can find more information on our website or talk to me personally. I'll talk all day about it if you let me. So thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you, David. Într-adevăr, sunt niște lucruri deosebit de
Indeed, these are very practical things that should be applied. I fully agree with everything you've said, but at the same time, speaking from Romanian experience, it is also about cultural differences between East and West, and the history that we have behind in terms of economic mechanisms, and understanding of risks at the level of tax authority and where they come from. In Romania, we had the same issue with the receipt with bond fiscal. We succeeded, and I think Mariana, 5-6 years or maybe more since we have the so-called simplified factura, simplified invoice. It's a classic receipt, which the only extra thing it has is the identity number of the seller. So, because we were in the same situation in Romania 5-6 years ago, we did not manage to have it accepted entirely. As you said, that it would be normal as a procurement. The stamp was eliminated in Romania as well. But again, it's a cultural thing. We are in an area of Europe where sealing, the seal ring was a sign of power. They were doing that, and it comes, you know, from what was happening historically in this area. Of course, there are things that need improvement, and the business community has to do that and to come up with all of these arguments to show why it is necessary to make things move faster, because time is money. And since and if the economic operators gain time, gain money, the state will gain as well, because the state lives on the taxes that it collects. Would you like to add anything? Would you like to add anything, please?
Sorry, thank you very much for that. And I want to quickly note, when our association was putting together our proposed reform on this, we took a lot of inspiration from the Romanian reforms, especially regarding the simplification of the factura fiscale. One of my absolute favorite things is that in Romania, it's required that it's written on the bottom of it, according to the law, you don't have to sign or stamp this. And that's the type of thing that's very small, but very impactful, because not everybody hears what Parliament does every day. You've got to have it communicated to people. And secondly, I'd say that the situation in Romania with the tax identification code, also in Poland, it would represent a major simplification here, but it is only a half step.
Exactly.
And when we think of half steps, we sometimes think of them as halfway to our goal. But to implement this here, you would have to completely change these systems of software and fiscal printing hardware systems that are currently in use in Moldova. That would have enormous costs. So I would suggest we take the full step, right to the west. So, thank you.
Într-adevăr, domnule Lichi, domnule Noroc, cum vi se pare?
Indeed, Mr. Lichi, Mr. Noroc, what do you think about that? Can we expect that at some point we'll make this big step for the business from Moldova, this big leap for humankind? I listened very carefully what was said, and I'm very enthusiastic about suggestions that David made, and I need to admit that somehow I'm convinced by what David said. I think the suggestion that he made would fit perfectly into approaches. First of all, anyway, we need beneficiaries' tax identity number. Otherwise, in Moldova, we'll see that it's only for individuals, and it was the same in Romania, but it happens now. And the existence of invoices, I mean, they are bought by individuals. Construction materials are bought by individuals and used for companies. But if we don't have a tax identity number, then it will be even worse. So I think that it is necessary that the TIN is mentioned there by the operator who sells. Secondly, and that might be a bit more optional, but I think that would allow us to raise this threshold, because I think it's 100 euros in Romania, but we could raise it if we said that, yes, it is allowed to use this bond, the receipt, if it is issued by a cash register that we design now, that would send online information to the state tax service. That would be the perfect combination, because the state tax service will know about that online. And I think that we can easily raise this 100 euros. And it might seem impossible now, but this invoice there might be a time when it's not used anymore. That's visionary. I think that can be implemented, especially since this year we started to certify not only the cash register, the physical cash register, but also the software cash register. So the software issues receipt, it can be sent by email to the beneficiary. Also on fiscal invoice, I also give many answers and explanations, and economic operators can send it by email today. It's just they need to apply the digital signature. That's the condition. But they can send it by email, they can use the e-factura, they can whatever. And I think that Moldova progressed a lot in this respect many years ago. 7, 8, maybe 10. There were queues to the state tax service to buy these fiscal invoices. Now it can be printed out easily by every economic operator. And I would just like to ask our colleagues in the business environment, especially to David, don't give up on these ideas. Please voice them out. Promote it to the public authorities, because such ideas are welcome, especially in the circumstances that were mentioned. You know, David, this sounds like a ray of hope. Maybe things will be solved. Let's hope that it will happen like that. Indeed, Romania had the same issue, registering on the company certain procurements made by a person. This is something that cannot be excluded 100%. I think it can't be avoided anywhere in the world, but it can be solved somehow on tax administration side by the way that the tax authority will check the transactions when they audit, and this is the area of tax evasion. I mean, the moment when such a transaction is identified, the person who does that work is liable to some severe punishment, because this means masking the taxable amount, deliberately changing the taxation base. So I think these things happen in the world, but it can be solved. It needs to be solved. We don't need to presume that everyone wants to steal and that everyone will do that to register their goods on the company. But let's presume that most economic operators are honest, and if there are exceptions, how should we detect them by means of a mechanism that the authority has available? Mr. Leakey, are there any issues you want to mention? Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank AmCham Moldova for the possibility that was offered to me and my colleagues to discuss these very important issues together with professionals from Moldova and international experts. You know, when I received the invitation to participate, I was thinking, what topics would be most difficult in relation to VAT that could be raised today? And not seeing the list of questions, or before I saw the list of questions, I was thinking of two topics. That's the refund and the primary documents. You know, in my opinion, why the question with VAT refund hasn't been solved yet? Because in reality, the Moldovan VAT system is not very different from the one that is used in the European countries. But this issue of carrying it forward makes it different, and makes it different not to the better. So I was thinking that the issue of not refunding VAT is connected to the fact that the state, first of all, prioritizes its own risks, not ensuring to a sufficient level risk coverage for businesses. So, in fact, the exemptions and the possibility to refund VAT is, first of all, an impact on businesses. It's limiting the cash flow, increasing expenses of the company because they need to borrow the money, the funds that they need. And I think to some extent it leads to an increase in consumer prices on the market. So if we take into account the risks for companies, for businesses, we could find a solution. Of course, these risks for state budget also had to be taken into account to an equal extent. But at the same time, the experience that already exists and was presented by colleagues from the European Union, the ideas that the Ministry of Finance already has today, I think that leads to the situation that we can start the process. Maybe as the form chosen last year of encouraging payment of salaries. In some places, maybe we can step out of these limits, like of long-term assets. Because in the process, when you raise the level of tax disciplinary, the input VAT will be growing. So we need to reach that, and the sooner the better. And with respect to the issue that David was discussing, that is indeed important and topical. And I think the issue that we have with primary documents today is not only the Moldovan experience, but also experience of other countries, and it is related to the intention of the state to over-regulate this procedure. And in the end, the requirements towards the system are, well, too high requirements in the system turn out to be higher expenses for the businesses because they would need additional staff. And the times that Mr. Norok was mentioning, that when we had queues to the tax authority to buy invoices, I think it's a shame to even recall that this happened. This is what I think. And moreover, given that nowadays, the present time gives us so many opportunities, and try to recall and to make reference to what David was saying about changing the fiscal invoice. That procedure was entered in the second half of the 90s, which is 20 years ago. Can today's problems be solved with a tool that was created 20 years ago? I don't think that in business, in state management, this time discrepancy is too significant, and it is well possible that it will have no effect, especially since today, when information products, ambitious plans of digitalizing processes give such possibilities to the state. So the state could make this process only as a system of data exchange, because the approaches that exist today, because we see towards paper primary documents, but also the forms of electronic exchange that we suggest, they are not fully convenient for the businesses. That's why we need to think about it. And of course, we will be grateful to the public organizations, representatives of businesses who come up with initiatives in this respect, because in essence, our purpose is to make this process as comfortable as possible for the business, especially since moving into this way will decrease the expenses of a business, but the state will benefit of it as profit tax in the end, because you have fewer expenses but larger profit. And it was a pleasure to hear today the opinion of the experts, of the businesses. I hope that such TAXCON forums will help facilitate not only harmonization or approximation of Moldovan tax legislation to the European one, but also solving other issues that the Moldovan business is facing today. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Licky. Thank you for the openness you showed towards all of the aspects that were discussed. We are reaching the end. It has been a full day. Well, we are not very much behind the agenda. We're like 20 minutes late, so I am glad that the debates were so active and generated lots of interest, and I hope that our colleagues online are still with us. In conclusion, I would like to thank all of you for participation. I would like to thank you for getting involved in these discussions and being open to all of the topics that we have discussed. And hopefully, large share of the solutions and of the issues that have been raised will be solved in the upcoming time. Of course, efforts are needed, steps are needed in order to update and upgrade the legislation of the Republic of Moldova. The business community, I think, showed its openness and will keep making efforts to communicate all of these aspects that they think need to be improved and they think useful. And it's done in partnership. I don't think we could talk about development of a state without a partnership between authorities and business community, because in the end, we all want the same. We want a simplification of processes. We want saving time, as David was saying. Time is fundamental, and all of these contribute to everyone. Thank you once more to AmCham Moldova, to the AmCham organization from the entire Europe, because it wasn't only AmCham Moldova in this effort. Once more, congratulations for organizing this event, which was a successful event. And from one edition to another, things will improve. Hopefully, on third TAXCON, things will be even better. Once more, thank you for your time. Thank you for being with us. Thank you, Mariana. I think you are still with us. Thank you for your participation. I would like to thank all of the participants that were with us online. We will see each other as soon as possible. And before that, I wish you a great weekend and a wonderful autumn ahead. Thank you very much.